Madam President and Senators, good morning.
Good morning.
Today I want to talk about saints. Yesterday, November 1st, was All Saints' Day. It is a time to reflect on the many unsung heroes of the faith who have served as carriers of the light in the midst of darkness. But I want to invite you, Senators, to reflect on the saints or unsung heroes in your life who have influenced, been benefactors to you. They may have been persons who are members of your family, teachers, community leaders, church leaders. Some have gone on before, and yes, there are others who still are alive. There are persons who have opened doors for you and gave you opportunities. Persons who encouraged and prayed for you, and you never stopped to thank them or even to acknowledge them. Persons who have served as mentors in your life, who hold you accountable and try to bring out the best in you. And persons who you do not even know. But because they have gone on before, you are here and are able to take your place around this table in this very special appointment. Hebrews 12 and a part of verse 1 states, "Therefore, since we are surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses," reflecting on the saints or heroes in your life reminds each of you that with great opportunities comes great responsibility. You cannot be flippant or arrogant about your appointment. It is a wonderful privilege to serve, and that each of you are also saints in the making, as others are looking to you to be light carriers when times are bleak and difficult. 1 John 3 and a part of verse 2 states, "Beloved, we are God's children. Now what we will be has not yet appeared." As you begin this new session of the Senate, I want to challenge each of you, first, to be determined to evolve to your best self in the way you carry out your responsibilities in this high chamber and beyond this place. As you get excited and get into campaign mode, and as you interact with other people. Secondly, remember, each activity, action, interaction is a page or a chapter in the story of your life that will be read by others in the future. Live them well, because your lives have far-reaching effects. Number 3, for some persons known or unknown to you will be looking to you as a role model or as a person to emulate. Cultivate wisdom and wise companions, whether in public or in private. You are a positive person. Leadership is heavy responsibility, but John Maxwell states, the more responsibility, the less rights you have. And fourthly, as you reflect on the saints and unsung heroes in your life, seek positive lessons from their lives that will guide you in your leadership journey. I adapt this verse for you. Remember, Senators, to whom much responsibility is given, much accountability is required. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we give you praise and glory for your goodness and mercy to each person, especially each senator and their families. As we reflect on the saints, may each of them never take anyone for granted, but especially cultivate a spirit of gratitude for the saints in their lives, both known and unknown. Help each of them to also develop into the persons of their divine purpose and be instruments in your hand, as they will allow you to cultivate and use their lives to impact our country in positive ways. We pray all these things in the precious name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Please join in the prayer of our Lord. Our Father,
who art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Good morning, senators and colleagues and members of the gallery. Today is Thursday, the 2nd of November, 2023. Adoption of minutes.
Madam President, I move that the minutes of the meeting of the Senate held on Wednesday, 4th October 2023 be adopted.
Is there a seconder? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of October 2023 be adopted. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The minutes of the 4th of October 2023 are hereby adopted. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign, swearing in of new senators, communications by the President. As always, the Chair extends grateful thanks to Reverend Carla Culmer for your devotion and prayers over the Senate body. During the month of November, the Bahamas celebrated Youth Month. One of the final events was the 2023 Youth Senate held on the 30th of October 2023. Youth Senate comprised of some of our nation's finest and intellectually astute youths who debated two resolutions on the national youth policy and food security. The youth senators were passionate, prepared, practical, and intellectually stimulating. The novel policy considerations pro-offered in relation to the resolutions were sound and refreshing. The future occupiers of our seats are indeed phenomenal. It was encouraging to hear the youth of this land disrupt the status quo and speak passionately on transformational change, innovation, democracy, and other issues peculiar and unique to their generation. I wish the young parliamentarians well in their quest for unity, social justice, and an even stronger Bahamian democracy. Once again, the Chair expresses sincere gratitude to the following youth senators for their time, dedication, and commitment to Youth Senate and making this process a success. Lorna Bethel, Youth Senate President, Joshua Cartwright, Youth Senate Vice President, Jordan Clark, Leader of Government Business, Xavier Knowles, Leader of Opposition Business, Isaac Barr, Shemaiah Miller, Britnell Knowles, Dr. Tevin Ferguson, Delon Sands, Colette Curry, Kevinique Blanc, Corey Hamilton, Cameron Reckley, Shantae Deal, Waynisha Saunders, Trey Bethel, Ganesha Pinder, Vernon Davis Jr., Ronna Paul. The Chair also thanks the House clerks, and in particular, Ms. Asheran Lightburn, who spearheaded this initiative. We also extend sincere appreciation to the Honorable Mario Bolag, Minister of Youth and Culture, in addition to Ms. Sandina Neely, Head of the Division of Youth, and her team consisting of Carla Brown Roker, Lauren Ashley Hasty, and Apostle Miller for his meditation and prayer. The Chair also extends gratitude to Senators Ronald Duncombe, Michael Bonnet Ellis, Dr. Eurecia Hepburn Forbes, Randy Roll, and Tyrell Young for offering their support and attending Youth Senate to support the nation's youth. Gender-based violence continues to have a devastating impact in our homes, communities, and society as a whole. The establishment of partnerships with civil society organizations play a vital role in educating our society as a means of changing mentalities and culture. For the third year, the Bahamas Crisis Center and the Rotary Road of Peace have come together to spearhead this campaign. The White Ribbon Campaign was inspired by the Montreal Massacre perpetrated in 1989 when 14 women at the Montreal University were murdered. The campaign was initiated by a group of men in Ontario, Canada in November 1991 in commemoration of this massacre as a campaign to end violence against women and children. It is now a global movement in 60 countries around the world with the sole mission of ending male violence against women and children. As the world's largest movement, men and boys advocating for an end to all forms of gender-based violence, this is a male-led campaign that identifies gender-based violence as an issue, not only impacting the women and children, but men as well. Let me say that again, because I'm not certain if the male senators heard me. This is a male-led campaign that identifies gender-based violence as an issue not only impacting women and children, but men as well. Around the world, men are making the call for men not to remain silent about violence, but calls for actions and behavioral change. This is a call to educate and bring awareness to the issue of male violence against women and children. The campaign has demonstrated internationally that men listen to men when the message is spoken by men, a message that violence is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. According to the White Ribbon Promise, I will stand up, speak out, and act to end male violence towards women and children, and to never permit, excuse, or remain silent when violence is occurring. Internationally, White Ribbon ambassadors are male volunteers who commit to engage with men and boys to call out abusive and sexist behavior among friends, colleagues, and the community at large, and promote a culture of peace, equality, and respect. The theme for this year's White Ribbon Day is "My Strength is Not Flirting." Wearing of this white ribbon we all have on today stands for never taking part in, condoning, or staying silent about violence against women and children. The campaign encourages men and boys to wear the white ribbons during the month of November 2023 to demonstrate the rejection of gender-based violence. It is an honor to bring recognition to exemplary Bahamians who are at the forefront and issuing a clarion call that it is better to stand alone than standing with someone who hurt you. In the gallery representing the Rotary Road to Peace, we have with us, and can you please stand as I call your name so that the Senate body can receive you appropriately? We have Mr. Mike Russell, who is leading the charge off the road to peace. Rotarian Mike Russell. Thank you so much. Also from the Rotary, we have Katrina Lightburn and Stephanie Frith. We also have persons, as I mentioned earlier, this is a collaboration between Rotary and the Bahamas Crisis Center. We also have with us persons from the Crisis Center. And with visiting today, we have Ms. Maudelaine Smith Cooper. And I just want to underscore the fact that Ms. Maudelaine Smith Cooper has faithfully served the Bahamas Crisis Center as a volunteer for over 30 years. What a testimony, over 30 years of selfless service. Also in the gallery, and she's not expecting this, we have one of the greatest Bahamian women of all times. I think we just need to pause right here. She is a psychologist, human rights activist, lobbyist, and the founder of the Bahamas Crisis Center in 1982, which I am advised is the oldest center of its kind in the Caribbean. She has advocated for legislation in the Bahamas to address domestic and sexual violence. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that she holds the title of the first woman president of the Bahamas Mental Health Association and founder of the Bahamas Association of Social Workers and Caribbean Association of Rehabilitative Therapists. Indeed, she is a phenomenal woman who makes me proud to be called a woman. Ladies and gentlemen and senators, I speak of none other than the indomitable and the incomparable Dr. Sandra Dean Patterson. I'm sure I'm so pleased with all of these accolades, but this is what happens when you stay away from the Senate too long. I know you're saying that you didn't come here for all of this today, but I'm sure that I speak for the wider Senate body who appreciate your stellar contribution to nation building and who want to give you some roses while you're yet alive. We thank you. May God bless you always. Last but by no means least, we have another visitor, and her name is Angelique McKay. Can you please stand? Queen Mother Asafokorobia of Pocassi and the Hanta people of West Ghana. The chair personally thanks each of you for your service, for your dedication, and your commitment to the Bahamas. I personally thank God for allowing each of you to be born here in the best little country in this part of the hemisphere. May God bless each of you, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I table the President's communication. Messages from the Governor General. Messages from the House of Assembly.
Message from the House of Assembly.
Bahamas number 1. Message to the Honorable the President and Honorable Members of the Senate from the Speaker and representatives of the Honorable House of Assembly. The House of Assembly acquaints the Honorable the Senate that they have agreed to the following resolution and desire the consent of that Honorable Chamber, namely, resolved that a address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor General, thanking her for her most gracious speech at the opening of Parliament. House of Assembly, Nassau, 30th October 2023. Sylvanus Petty, Deputy Speaker, for Speaker. Bahamas number 2. Message to the Honorable the President and Honorable Members of the Senate from the Speaker and representatives of the Honorable House of Assembly. The House of Assembly acquaints the Honorable the Senate that they have passed the following bill and desire the consent of that Honorable Chamber, namely, a bill for an act to make provision for the greater protection of consumers, the continuation of Consumer Protection Commission, and for the functions and powers of that commission and related matters, and to repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Act 2006. House of Assembly, Nassau, 1st November 2023. Patricia DeVoe, Speaker.
Laying of documents by ministers.
Madam President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following orders. the value-added tax school supplies tax holiday order 2023, the Industries Encouragement Approved Manufacturer Engineers and Consultants Limited Order 2023, the Industries Encouragement Approved Product Engineers and Consultants Limited Order 2023, the Judicial and Legal Service Prescribed Public Office Act Amendment to Schedule Order 2023, the Segregated Accounts Companies Designation of Primary Regulator Order 2023, the Minimum Wages Act Chapter 321B Rectification Order 2023, and the Central Bank $10 silver proof coin Flamingo Order 2023, and the Judicial and Legal Service Commission Prescribed Public Offices Act Amendment to Schedule Number 2 Order 2023.
All the documents be brought up. All that the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following rules: the Supreme Court Civil Procedure Amendment Number 2 Rules 2023 and the Supreme Court Electronic Filing Rules 2023.
All that the documents be brought up. All that the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following regulations: the Price Control General Amendment Number 7 Regulations 2023, the Price Control General Amendment Number 8 Regulations 2023, the Price Control General Amendment Number 9 Regulations 2023, and the Real Estate Brokers and Salesmen Amendment Regulations 2023.
All the documents be brought up. All of the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate copies of the following notices: the Public Holidays Emancipation Day 2023 Opening of Shops Notice 2023, the Commercial Entities Substance Requirement Act 2023 Appointed Day Notice 2023, the International Commercial Arbitration Act 2023 Appointed Day Notice 2023, and the Public Holidays National Heroes Day 2023 Opening of Shops Notice 2023.
All of the documents be brought up. All of the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Yes, Madam President. I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate the copy of the following directions: the Public Debt Management Registered Stock Number 2, 2026, 2028, 2030, 2033, 2043, and 2053, Directions 2023. The Public Debt Management Bahamas Registered Stock Number 1, 2026, 2028, 2033, and 2053, Directions 2023. The Public Debt Management Act Bahamas Registered Stock Number 1, 2024, 2023. The Public Debt Management Bahamas Registered Stock Number 1, 2026, Directions 2023. And the Public Debt Management Bahamas Registered Stock Number 1, 2026, and 2028, Directions 2023.
All that the documents be brought up. All that the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Yes, Madam President, I beg leave to lay on the table of the Senate a copy of the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute Annual Report 2022-2023 and the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services Positioned for Purpose and Progress Annual Report 2021.
All the documents be brought up. All the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
None further at this time, Madam President.
Communications by ministers. Communications by senators. Questions. Answers to questions. Presentations of petitions. Appointment of select committees. Report reports of committees, first reading of bills.
Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for a first time a bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, an island east of the Little Exuma mainland, to Torch Key.
Is there a seconder? Or the document be brought up? It has been moved and seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, an island east of Little Exuma mainland, to Torch Key. As many are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the document be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, an island east of the Little Exuma mainland, to Torch Key.
For the first reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to make provision for the greater protection of consumers, the continuation of a Consumer Protection Commission, and for the functions and powers of that commission and related matters, and to repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Act 2006.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to make provision for the greater protection of consumers, the continuation of a Consumer Protection Commission, and for the functions and powers of that commission and related matters, and repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Act 2006. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to make provision for the greater protection of consumers, the continuation of the Consumer Protection Commission, and for the functions and powers of that commission and related matters, and to repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Act 2006.
For the first reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase of the number of justices.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase of the number of justices. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase of the number of judges.
For the first reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts, to provide support services to and for judicial officers, and to provide for related matters.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts, to provide support services to and for judicial officers, and to provide for related matters. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts, to provide support services to and for judicial officers, and to provide for related matters.
For the first reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to amend the Remuneration and Pensions Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to amend the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Act. As many are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Act.
For the first reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time A bill for an act to provide for the office of Ombudsman.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and table. A bill for an act to provide for the office of Ombudsman. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to provide for the office of Ombudsman.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for a first time a bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and table. A bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for a first time a bill for an act to amend the Coroner's Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and table. A bill for an act to amend the Coroner's Act. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Coroner's Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I beg leave to Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for a first time a bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and table. A bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for a first time a bill for an act to provide for the continuation of the Financial Intelligence Unit and to repeal and replace the Financial Intelligence Unit Act.
Second.
it is moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and tabled. A bill for an act to provide for the continuation of the Financial Intelligence Unit and to repeal and replace the Financial Intelligence Unit Act. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for first time.
A bill for an act to provide for the continuation of the Financial Intelligence Unit and to repeal and replace the Financial Intelligence Unit Act.
For the first reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, finally in this session, Madam President, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a bill for an act to regulate mineral prospecting, mining, and related matters, the mining bill.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time and table. A bill for an act to regulate mineral prospecting, mining, and related matters. As many are as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a first time.
A bill for an act to regulate mineral prospecting, mining, and related matters.
For the first reading of bills,
There are none, Madam President.
second reading and committal of bills. Committee of the Whole Senate. Third reading and passing of bills. Consideration of House amendments. Resolutions.
Thank you, Madam President. Morning, Madam President. Madam President, it is our intention this morning or today to debate two resolutions. The first will be the in memory of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, MP, and the second would be the resolution thanking Her Excellency for a resolution authorizing a humble address be sent to Her Excellency the Governor General, thanking her for her most gracious speech from the throne. And so, Madam President, just for the sake of good order, I would like to request the concurrence of the side opposite that we can go straight into the resolution in memory of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, and thereby waiving the notice so that we might debate this resolution this morning.
Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield, we seek your concurrence
I have
for what is
no
proposed.
objections.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable
Very
Darren
much.
Henfield.
Senator Enfield, for that. Madam President, thank you once again, and I want to join you in welcoming our esteemed guests, gallery of the Senate. In particular, welcome all of them, but in particular as we celebrate and commemorate October, and October 1st, yesterday, as White Ribbon Day. Sorry, November. Some people say you're living good when you mix up the days like that, but then it might be. You're busy. Yes. November 1st, yesterday, as White Ribbon Day. And the theme, My Strength is Not for Hurting, and this wonderful initiative of the Crisis Center Bahamas and the Bahamas Rotary Clubs. And Madam President, I was a freshman at university in Canada when that horrific event, I think I was there a few weeks when that horrific event happened in Montreal that you referenced in your speech, when those female engineering students were so brutally attacked. And so it was a traumatic experience that reverberated throughout Canada. And we see that as part of the response to that event and the continued unfortunate violence against women and children, that we have this as one initiative to address that. And so we happily wear the white ribbon for the month in support of your activities, and hopefully by doing so we help to bring some attention and spur others to action in combating that scourge of violence against women and girls. So we congratulate you on your efforts, and we say to you, be encouraged. Madam President, as I said at the beginning, we will move the resolution in memory of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe MP. And Madam President, I will read the resolution that was passed in the House of Assembly, and I will say a few words to the resolution. Resolution in memory of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe MP. Whereas it is with deep sorrow and a heavy heart that we acknowledge the passing of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, a dedicated and esteemed member of this House, and whereas Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe was a pillar of our community, a visionary leader, and a tireless advocate for the people of the Bahamas, and whereas Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe's commitment to public service was unwavering, and his stellar contributions to the legislative process and to governance legendary, and whereas Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe's leadership in the cabinet as a leader of government business in this House were instrumental in shaping social policies, promoting social and economic development, and fostering unity amongst all citizens of the Bahamas. And whereas Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, through his leadership, his unwavering commitment and his stellar contributions, rendered exceptional service to the people of the Bahamas as a senator, a member of Parliament for Bimini and West Grand Bahama, and in his two stints in 2002 and in 2012 as Minister of Tourism, in his service as Minister of Social Services and Urban Development, and latterly as Minister of Social Services, Information and Broadcasting, leaving an indelible mark on our nation. And whereas as Minister of Tourism, Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe will be remembered for his introduction of sports, religious, and African American tourism initiatives, and for his contributions to the development of the film industry, all of which significantly enhanced the Bahamas' tourism product. And whereas as Minister of Social Service Minister of Social Services, Obadiah Hercules Wilshcombe demonstrated exemplary leadership and great enthusiasm in championing the causes of women's rights, gender equality, child protection, and in advocating for the welfare of the underprivileged, the marginalized, and the downtrodden, and persevered despite the sometimes fierce opposition to these causes. And whereas Obadiah Hercules Wilscomb's dedication to the betterment of our society extended beyond his role as a public servant, with his active involvement in various community, sporting, educational, and cultural organizations and endeavors, all aimed at improving the lives of the people he was called to serve. And whereas Obadiah Hercules Wilscomb's dedication to the philosophies and underpinning purpose of the Progressive Liberal Party is reflected in his commitment to widening economic opportunity, deepening democracy, and bringing equality to all humans in our society. And whereas the passing of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe is deeply felt by our nation, not only because no words of farewell were spoken, and there was no time to say goodbye, but also because he was a source of great inspiration and dearly loved. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, do hereby express and put on the record of this House our profound condolences to the family and friends of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe and constituents of Bimini and West Grand Bahama on their loss. And be it resolved that in recognition of the significant contributions of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe to our nation's growth and development, we honor his memory today and further resolve to cherish his memory and to preserve his legacy in a tangible way. And be it resolved, we observe a moment of silence in memory of our fallen colleague Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe in recognition of his dedicated service, leadership, and commitment to the people of this nation. And be it resolved that this resolution be shared with the family of Obadiah Wilscombe and a copy be preserved in the archives of the House of Assembly of the Bahamas as a lasting tribute to his memory. And so, Madam President, at the beginning, the senators and everyone and the gallery stand in a moment of silence for Minister Wilscombe. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, colleagues, members of the gallery. Madam President, my first recollection of Wilscombe was as a journalist on ZNS, as a presenter, a very eloquent presenter, well-informed. It was a pleasure to watch him deliver the news. We later learned, as tributes began to come in, that he always wanted to be a journalist, that he was practicing even as a little boy with his tape recorder, mimicking and modeling his presentation on greats like the late Edison Ed Bethel, and practicing his siblings recall that he would practice, you would hear him practicing in the evening. And we also later learned that his passion for journalism and reporting and the news was so great that at 16 years old, he became the youngest person ever employed at ZNS. He couldn't wait to be 17 or 18. But it also shows that obviously those who employed him recognized his ability and potential at such a young age. Madam President, I became further acquainted with Senator Wilshcombe. He was senator at the time, having been appointed to the Senate in 1993 and again in 1997. I became appointed with Senator Wilshcombe at the time at the 1997 PLP convention. Having just been soundly defeated in the election earlier that year, PLP gathered for a convention where there would be a new leadership elected. And I went in as a delegate for the Adelaide constituency, and I was all excited because I thought, oh man, I'm going to go in as a delegate. And then at the last minute, they said to me, well, you know, you're actually an observer delegate. So you can come into the day sessions, but when it's time to vote, you have to be outside. You're just an observer delegate. And I remember, I vividly recall one night in 1997 trying to peek through the partitions in the hall there down at, I think it was the Crystal Palace at the time, trying to get a sense of what is going on, because as we recall, that leadership election to succeed, Celinda went into several rounds. And so I think it was the early hours of the next morning when they finally resolved the issue. And I distinctly remember peeping through a crack in the petition. Senator Wilson coming to close the crack, says, you guys can't be peeping inside here. That was 26 years ago, Madam President. 5 short years following that convention, Senator Wilson and I were on the same ticket running in the 2002 election, and happily we were both elected in that 2002 election. And so we served together in the House of Assembly from 2002 to 2007, and again together from 2012 to 2017, and of course he was elected in 2021 and served until his passing. We served together in the cabinet during the years 2012 to 2017 and 2021 until his passing. Madam President, Minister Wilson was a great communicator. As we sat around the table in our discussions and our deliberations, he would always ask the question, what are we intending to do with this policy that we intend to implement, and what message are we sending to the Bahamian people? He says, whatever we do, we always must message it properly so that the people understand that what we are doing and that what we are doing is in their best interest. And so that extended from his involvement in Parliament whenever he spoke publicly, and I particularly enjoyed when he would have his input into the national conventions of the Progressive Liberal Party, because he understood and he helped us understand. This was a time when we present ourselves, when we report to the public, has to be done in a professional manner, the very highest standards, because the public expected no less, and he was an advocate of that, Madam President. As said in the resolution, he had this unflinching commitment to the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party. He was committed to the progressive cause, and he felt that the Progressive Liberal Party was the custodian and on the vanguard of that progressive cause. And so he always asked the question in our deliberations, whatever we are considering, how does that help the poor? Even before he became Minister of Social Services, how does what we're doing help the least among us? How is what we are considering as government lead to an improvement in the lives of Bahamians? Particularly of late, as we served together on the National Economic Council that considered investment projects throughout the country, his view and his commitment was, the stance he always took, if we approve this investment, how does this improve the lives of the average Bahamian? Not those who already have, those who are seeking to make their lives better. He always spoke about, yes, jobs, but how do we translate this, what we're doing, into opportunities for Bahamians to become business owners? Not just waiting for a salary at the end of the week or every 2 weeks at the end of the month, but how can we use these things that we are approving to create opportunities for Bahamians to generate wealth and change the circumstances of their families? How do we create good business opportunities for Bahamians coming out of, as people come to our country and say, well, they want to do such and such an investment? How do we translate an investment pipeline into improved standard of living for Bahamians? And again, his constant refrain was, how does what we are doing fit into an overall plan? And so he forced us to think. We need an overall national development plan, and we need to have it implemented. colleagues who sat around the table with him in the cabinet and in our parliamentary caucus know that one of his favorite things was, we can't be Nassau-centric with what we're doing. Let's stop being Nassau-centric. What's in this for Grand Bahama? What's in this for the rest of the family islands? Appreciating that we are a family of islands. And so as we sit here in New Providence around the cabinet table and we formulate policy, we must always bear in mind we have people out there who make the family islands their home. The policies that we formulate and implement here in Nassau must give them consideration. He was a team player, Madam President. He was a team player. I mean, the last conversation we had, I remember we had stepped out of the room and he was sharing a joke, and that was the last time, he was talking about how he had some ideas on how to improve the administration. He was a team player. Whatever he had to do, Madam President, he gave it all, and he did it with professionalism. Indeed, his entire life was given to the service of country, whether it was as a news reporter, later as a senator, member of parliament, minister, chairman of the Progressive Liberal Party, leader of government business in the House. He took his responsibility very, very seriously. And so we are very saddened to learn of his passing, particularly as the resolution said, Madam President, there was no time to say farewell. It was sudden. And there's a lesson in that as well, Madam President, that is that we should cherish every minute that we have and really treat each other with that love and respect that we're called to do. Madam President, I remember as I conclude, we had the state funeral here in New Providence at Christ Church Cathedral, and we had, on the Saturday, we had the funeral at I think it's Christ the King in Grand Bahama, in Freeport. And I recall, Madam President, sitting in the church, and as communion was being served, and people came up, and there's this lady coming back from communion, going back to a pew. She had on her counselor sash. She was walking with a cane, very elderly lady, did not look to be very well. But on her way back, she stopped, she took her communion, she stopped, she rested her hand on the casket, and you could see her just stop and pause and shed a tear. And it brought to mind to me, Madam President, that we who have this tremendous opportunity to serve in this place, and particularly those who attain the high office of cabinet minister, have reposed in us, people throughout this country from all walks of life, repose their confidence, their trust, their belief that we will do what's right to improve their lives. And to see the tremendous outpouring from that one lady, and later on as we went through the community and you saw the community turn out to pay tribute, again, it's a lesson to us, Madam President, to see the emotion expressed. What it means is, as was said in our devotions today, to whom much responsibility is given, in a paraphrase, I might not remember the exact paraphrase, but whom much responsibility is given, much is expected, much is required. Because to see the outpouring and the emotion means that those people felt, they reposed their confidence, their trust, their love, and those of us who are the recipients of those emotions, the responsibility is on us to make sure that we do not let those people down, and indeed we do the best to justify that confidence, Madam President. And so, in conclusion, Madam President, I simply say, as we move this resolution, one love. And so move, Madam President.
Thank you for your heartwarming contribution, Senator the Honorable Michael Halkitis. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Thank you, Madam President. As I rise in this place today following such a touching tribute to a colleague and a friend. I can't help but appreciate we live in a world where people have become so stoical and so untouched by the infirmities of others that we sometimes dehumanize politicians to the place where we feel that they're not real people with real lives, with families and friends that truly care for them, and that they too care for and love the people that they serve beyond the trappings of the office. It is a personal thing, and many people don't stop to recognize that. And today, we do. And so, before I say a few words about our colleague who's moved on to another place, permit me also to acknowledge the presence of the Crisis Center, led by Dr. Sandra Dane Patterson, who visited us, who was here with us this morning, and who gave us our white ribbons, which I wear proudly. And to say that the Bible teaches us that the women are the weaker vessel. But and to say that, it suggests, Padre, if I may, Madam Chaplain, that the men then are the stronger vessel. But any man who would seek to harm a woman or a girl child or any child, I submit, is in fact the weaker or the weakest vessel. And so we want to congratulate the Crisis Center and Dr. Patterson, who is supported today by the Rotary Club, for the work that they continue to do in commemorating today and commemorating the White Ribbon Day from November 1st. And it says, I think their theme this year is "My strength is not for hurting." And so I wear the white ribbon proudly as a husband of 38 years, as a grandfather of a 10-year-old, as a brother of many sisters, uncle of many nieces, many cousins who are women and girls. And I support their effort wholeheartedly. And so as I move now to pay tribute to our colleague Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, ironically, I too recall as a young boy, about 16 or 17, the first time I encountered Minister Wilscombe was in Treasure Key, Abaco, where he was there broadcasting from the Northern Service a live basketball game. And I stood in awe instead of watching the game, and watched him for his ability and his acumen as a broadcaster. He could not have been that much more older than I at the time. He was very adept at what he was doing. I mean, he was a consummate professional in every sense of the word. Obadiah, I'm not surprised to hear how he defended and fought for island folks. He was an island boy from West End, Grand Bahama. And island boys tend to feel, especially when you come to politics, a particular affinity with the islands from which we come. And we want our colleagues to recognize, as he did, that, you know, the Bahamas consist of more than just New Providence. We do have constituents in the Family Islands who need the care and attention of the government. And I believe that's what he fought for. Like most of us who are fortunate enough to sit in this place and who have had the opportunity to sit at the executive level in the cabinet, where we make decisions for the benefit of our people. Obi, I believe, wanted the best for the people of West End and Grand Bahama, West End, Bimini, and Grand Bahama. And completely he wanted the best for the people of the Bahamas, and so he dedicated his life, his effort, and his energy to do so. We don't come here because most of us, the majority of us, don't seek to come here because we want the limelight and the privilege of power and for making decisions that are important. We come because we feel, most of us, the majority of us, I submit, that we can contribute to the better development of our people, of our country. And that's why we come. He was a committed, true friend to those whom he called. I last saw Minister Winscombe, and we spoke very briefly at a birthday celebration for a mutual friend, His Grace Bishop Neil Ellis, at an event which we both had the privilege to speak at. And as we walked in, he said to me, he said, "Darren, you all look like you all having some challenges in the F&M, And I said to him, "Oh, it's all politics." I said, we all, as families, we have issues that we need to sort out. And it's ironic, and I hope it's settled, that his passing does not cause similar challenges in the PLP. I say that with all sincerity, and in the moment by which we speak. When Obi spoke at the event, and I saw him speak at events for Bishop Ellis at the church, and at that particular event, he spoke with a sense of genuine honesty that is uncommon among politicians. It showed me that he did not embrace pride. He was self-effacing, did not care for all of the accolades and the praise that go along with high office. Sometimes you run into him at the airport, and he's going along pulling his bag without an aide, without an entourage, as ministers tend to do. He's pulling his bag along and heading to the counter to check in to catch a flight to Grand Bahama. I admire that. I admired that in Obi Winscombe. He was always listening. If you spoke with him, if you had the opportunity, as most of you did, to speak with him far more regularly than I did, when you spoke to Obadiah Winscombe, you felt as if you were the only person in the room. He had that uncanny ability to focus on the individual and the problem that they probably were then sharing with him. Obi had this genuine nature of love for others. He was greatly admired across political lines, because even though he was perhaps one of the more adept gladiators in the arena of politics and parliament, you could never walk away from him. And I've heard colleagues who served in the other place with him attest to this. You could never walk away from him feeling angry, because he had a mannerism and a way of inflating that flame and bringing down the temperature to let you know that even though we stand on opposite sides of the political divide, we are adversarial in that fashion, but we are not adversarial as Bahamians, as men, as human beings. And so despite being quite an accomplished politician and broadcaster, he hung on to his humility in a way that is uncommon nowadays. Somehow he always managed to stay true to himself and to those he served in this regard. His demeanor, no matter the circumstance, always appeared humble. And that's admirable. He was gracious. He was polite. It's just so pitiful that we have to wait until someone passes and moves on to the other side before we acknowledge. It's very wrong, I believe, because we should give people their flowers while they yet live and they can the smell of them. And so I submit, as we recognize in this resolution the contribution of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, I submit that we need more of his kind of politics and politicians and leadership in this country. There's only just over 400,000 of us. You know, we need more of that kind of one love experience and spirit. I support, Madam President, this resolution.
It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas, resolution in memory of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, Member of Parliament. Whereas, it is with deep sorrow and a heavy heart that we acknowledge the passing of Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, a dedicated and esteemed member of the House of Assembly. And whereas, Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe was a pillar of our community, a visionary leader, and a tireless advocate for the people of the Bahamas. And be it resolved that we observe a moment of silence in memory of our fallen colleague, Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe, in recognition of his dedicated service, leadership, and commitment to the commitment to the people of this nation. And be it resolved that this resolution be shared with the family of Obadiah Wilscombe and a copy be preserved in the archives of the House of Assembly as a lasting tribute to his memory. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam President. Let me also say that it's good to see our fellow senators here this morning, and I also join in just sharing a few comments related to my good brother and friend, Obadiah Hercules Wilscombe. You know, Madam President, I've found that throughout the course of my life, I prefer speaking about good friends really at their weddings, because at their weddings it's a whole lot lighter. You can have a few jokes, and things tend to flow a little differently. But when you reflect on a good friend that has passed, it is a very different experience. I remember with Obi, he has been such a good friend to all of us from Grand Bahama. We designated him as really the elder statesman for Grand Bahama. And so many times he would call us, and he would say things, and he would say it in his way, and he would debate it for a while. And then, with that smooth tone, he would conclude what the matter was. I remember when I met Obi early in my career, I was just transferred to New York, and I was a young upstart, and he came up as the minister. And he shared some thoughts about what he thought would be happening and should happen, and how the team should be reshaped. And I remember saying to him all those many years ago, I really wanted to put it a different way. What I said to him in that meeting, I concluded by saying, Minister, that is idealistic, but that's not really very realistic. And he said to me, James, just work towards it and so forth. A day before his passing, he called me up and we were talking about associated with a number of things on Grand Bahama. But his message at that time was really more about, as Grand Bahamians, I want you all to work more in sync. I want you to be more harmonious. I'd like to see some more things happening faster from the team. And I remember after he was done saying what he said to me, I said, well, okay, and I gave my comments. And he said to me, he said, James, that is idealistic, but that is not really very realistic. And I burst out laughing because I remember I told him those same things many years ago. So I knew that it was not that he practiced so many things, but that he had an incredible memory. So all through this, we knew on Grand Bahama you had to be very careful with what you say to him, because he had a way of retaining it and using it at some other appropriate times. But Madam President, when we last gathered, as the sessions began, our Governor General also declared that session how the mood was that we had lost a great man, and we had lost a great deal. And she was certainly correct, because we lost a father, a son, a cousin, a brother. We lost a senior member of Prime Minister Davis's cabinet. And certainly on Grand Bahama, it was very, very evident that once again we had lost a great deal. I remember when we spoke about it, I only told my colleagues, I said, listen, because we spoke about the storm, we spoke about all sorts of things, and then we came to Obi and said, we lost another big thing. And I said, you know something? God gives and God takes away. But yet still, blessed be the name of the Lord. God always has a way of working these things out. And I remember even at his funeral, I shared with those there that I marvel that we seem only to be able to truly appreciate greatness when it leaves us. I saw Dr. Patterson in here this morning, and I looked at her and I smiled because this country is filled with so many heroes. There was a lady sitting here that contributed so much. And when a few kind words were spoken of her, you know, she is not one of those that gets prideful and, you know, bask in the glory. She has always been the same person. I remember telling her one time, I said, you like insurance, you know. I know I need insurance. I don't really want insurance, and I know insurance comes at a premium. But my God, if you don't have insurance when you need insurance, you got a big problem. That's like dealing with the crisis center. I wish we didn't have it. I wish we didn't need it. But my goodness, the fact that it exists for when we need it is really a good thing. During Obi's last campaign, he spent so much time talking to us about, as Bahamians, we ought to have a love for one another. And he always used one love. And Senator Russell can attest that we always joke because I don't believe that he had the ability to dance to that song. He always, you know, you know, but he always loved that one love, and, you know, that Bob Marley song somehow resonated with him. As Minister of Tourism, he raised the bar in several areas, and as the truth was told, his excellence in that assignment was only paralleled by his commitment and his excellence at the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, and certainly with the other elements of his public life. I want to say once again publicly to the family of Obi Wilscombe and to his constituents, I do wish all of you, and I wish to express my sincerest condolences, because certainly you have lost a great deal, and it is certainly a very personal loss. I recall having a lot of laughs, and we spoke a lot about the political ends of things, many personal discussions with Obi over the years. And until he died, I had never referred to him as Obadiah. It was always Obi. I remember my brother talking to me about some of this politics stuff, and he said, you know, James, you really don't arrive until people call you something other than what your real name is. And I said to him, Jesus, what do people call people named James? He said, they don't call him nothing, right? But I say that in a term of endearment because we always knew him as Obi. You know, I never referred to him as Obadiah, always Obi. My fellow senators, I want to... Hercules. My fellow senators, I want to leave something with you because when great people pass from our midst, we ought not to forget them. There were many things I suppose we would say to Obi if we knew he was departing when he departed. There were many things I'm sure we would have done if we knew he was departing when he departed. There are things we cannot say to him any longer. There are things we cannot do for him or to him any longer. But he left behind a son and some daughters. Certainly the grace that we would wish to have rest on Obi now, that we cannot rest on him, ought to be allowed to rest on his children. In all of our lives, we come along people who are related to others. We ought to remember that Obi did a tremendous thing for this country. He did a tremendous thing for Grand Bahama. So wherever we can be gracious to his children, I encourage you to do so. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Tyrell Young.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, fellow senators. Madam President, today is the day that we pay tribute to one of our fallen soldiers, not only in the Progressive Liberal Party, but as a nation builder of the Bahamas. Madam President, I wish to take this time to extend condolences on behalf of my wife, Lisa Young, and the great people of Long Island to the families of not only the late Minister Obi Wilchcombe, but also to our Minister Keith Bell and his family on the passing of his wife. But Madam President, Obadiah Wilchcombe for West End and Grand Bahama and Bimini. Today, as I reflect on the life of Minister Wilchcombe, he was such a model and example to all of us. We ought to take care of that love, and that love that he always portrayed, one love. And Madam President, it resonated with me when I never knew that was a part of his motto, one love. But it resonated with me on his passing because during my last campaign in the last general election in 21, that was my motto for my campaign in Long Island, one love, one Long Island. So it resonated with me and it showed me, great minds, I guess, think alike. So it resonated with me and it showed me that perhaps I may be on the right path, Madam President. There you go. And Madam President, he spent a great deal of his life impacting on this earth, impacting and investing in other people's lives. He cared deeply about not only his constituents in West End, Grand Bahama, and Bimini, but the Bahamas at large, and he will be greatly missed, Madam President. His sudden death has left us saddened. But as we remember, let us remember the way he spoke and all the things he said, his strength and his courage and service to our nation. May his soul rest in peace, Madam President, and rise in glory. Thank you much.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Tyrell Young. As many, our chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ronald Duncan.
Good morning, Madam President. I stand here today with profound respect and admiration to pay tribute to the late Honorable Obadiah Hercules Wilchcombe. In life, in most relationships that are meaningful to you, and when that comes to an end, whether it's abruptly or it's going to be happening, we have a tendency to reflect on the beginning of it. When did it happen? And I remember the exact day and time that I met Obadiah Hercules Wilchcombe. It was 2006, June 29th at 7:30 p.m. The reason why I can tell you that date because I remembered that he was the Minister of Tourism at that time, and he presented me with appreciation for Bahama Host. So isn't that ironic? 2021, we are now parliamentary colleagues. It tells you how life really lets you know that you never know what can happen. And I remembered my first encounter with him. Obviously saw him on television, and he had this great charisma on the screen. And when I met him in person, I walked away with, wow, this man was someone who really encouraged you to be great, to be a better person, to be a better man. I felt that, wow, what a good person to be around. So today I join countless of others in expressing my deepest gratitude for the invaluable service and remarkable leadership and the enduring legacy of Obadiah Hercules Wilchcomb, Member of Parliament for Western and Grand Bahama, Bimini, who has lived and in I'm talking about a credible mark, tapestry of the Bahamas. He was an example for all of us as men into politics. The ability he had to make people feel comfortable coming to him for assistance. He never made anybody feel inferior. He always encouraged us to be the best we can be. And I can stand here and echo the many, many contributes that has been said and that will continue to be said as time goes on. But I will take my seat leaving this simple phrase: one love all the way. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator Honorable Duncombe. As many?
You next.
Y'all ain't doing y'all job moving this thing around. Yeah? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell.
Thank you, Madam President. Morning, colleagues. Morning, gallery. I too want to take the time to truly say thank you to the team that was here in the gallery, the Crisis Center. And I say thank you because what organizations like the Crisis Center do is so invaluable to this country, because no government can do it by themselves. And so take organization like the Crisis Center to help to build and navigate this country through troubled waters whenever circumstances arise. Madam President, before I go into the few lines I have written down, I was listening to the resolution, thinking about the contributions that have been made here today and elsewhere since the passing of our dear brother, my dear friend, Obadiah Hercules Wilchcomb. And one of the things I want to ensure that the Bahamian people understand, when you saw Obadiah speaking in the public, speaking in the House of Assembly, and he did it ad-lib, without notes, without paper, I want you to know and understand that that was not just a gift, but that was hard work and preparation. I remember spending some time with Mr. Wilchcomb. I think it was the second or third anniversary after the Free National Movement would have won government in '92. And Dion Fuchs was chairman of the FNM, and he was chairman of the PLP. And they had to go on the Wendell Jones show to just have some little spars. And so he told me, come over, spend a week and help me with this preparation.
So when we went into the house, and he went into his study, Obi had newspapers all over the floors, books in every corner, manifesto, different pages in every corner. And he said to me, "Don't touch nothing, don't move nothing. When I ask you for something, just read it and tell me what it say. Look at the date." And when it was time to go to the show, we went to the Wendell Jones talk show. And the F&M chairman, Wendell Jones, said, you're the government, you start. So he spoke and he talked about the accomplishments thus far. And then Minister Wilchcombe came on. And he said, "No, you're wrong." And he started to tell him from page to page of the manifesto, the dates, when things were said and it wasn't said. And he knew the manifesto better than the chairman of the F&M. The point I'm making is, the point I'm making is that's how serious he took his responsibility. That's how serious the brother studied. We talk about a lot of his accomplishments in tourism. But I remember after we had 3 storms in Grand Bahama, 2004 and 5. In Wilma. The majority of those storms would have hit Grand Bahama and Abaco, I think. But the media, the international media, was talking about the Bahamas being damaged, and 3 hurricanes hit the Bahamas in 2 years. So Minister Wilchcombe organized a conference at the Grand Lacayan Hotel for meteorologists from around the world. They convened in Grand Bahama just so they could understand that the Bahamas is an archipelago. And if a storm hits a particular island, that does not mean the Bahamas is closed for business. And so today, when you hear international meteorologists on the television, whether it's CNN or whatever station, talking about Rum Key or Treasure Key, or talking about Abaco and the different islands, and understanding that Bahamas is an archipelago, it is because of the out-the-box thinking of minister. And these are the type of contribution that he would have made to ensure of the sustainability of our tourism products. And not just because he was concerned about the image of the country, but I believe he was more so concerned about the workers on the country, ensuring that the tourism industry was always robust, no matter if a particular island would have been hit or destroyed by a hurricane. Minister Obi Wilchcombe, he was affectionately known as Obi. I called him friend for approximately 35 years of my life. As a matter of fact, Madam President, Minister Wilchcombe was my oldest son, KJ, who will be 31 in about 3 weeks. It was his godfather, the type of friendship we had. He was a one-of-a-kind human being, and his commitment to what he believed in was unbending. Simply put, his commitment to whatever he believed in was solid as a rock. He gave his entire life to the service of this country, to the Progressive Liberal Party, because he truly believed that the Progressive Liberal Party was the best opportunities for Bahamians to be the best they could be in this Bahamas. Madam President, the late Member of Parliament studied and understood the Quiet Revolution, the suffragette movement, the road to majority rule, the social revolution, and he studied and understood what Sir Lyndon and others meant by its time for the economic revolution. As a matter of fact, Obi collected every major speech Sir Lyndon would have given, and he studied them, and they were his guidelines in all his political and ministerial endeavors. If you wanted to understand what you needed to do as a minister to ensure that the Bahamian people benefited, you told him what you wanted to do, and he could give you a speech, either from Sir Lyndon, from Arthur Dion Hanna, former Governor General, from someone, Clifford Darling, whoever, could have helped you with your endeavors. As the tourism minister, Madam President, his melodious voice, persuasiveness, and his talent to think and function outside the box created new revenue streams and brought the people to our shores for the Bahamian people to take care of. As the Minister of Social Services and Urban Development, his kind-heartedness, love, and compassion allowed him to take care of the people who live here, especially the most vulnerable. Madam President, his commitment to improve the living conditions of persons living with disability went far beyond a handout. His ambition was to create a Bahamas where persons living with disability had a fair chance to live, work, and function socially with a sense of normalcy. His commitment to provide hope to orphans, abused, and molested children was a mission, not just a job. And his commitment to eradicating violence against all people, especially girls and women, was well on the way. In just 2 years, Minister Wilcombe took social services to the world and brought the world to the Bahamas with a world-class women conference just a few weeks ago. He declared he received his instruments of appointment on September 22nd. Minister Wilcombe declared war on poverty. And Madam President, the popular saying, "One love," was a way of life for Hercules Wilcombe. And no matter what anyone did or said about him, his response was always one love. His love for his family, friends, the PLP, the community, and the people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini was simply incredible. He loved all the way. He gave them all that he had to give, all his heart, all his mind, and all his treasures. Madam President, the late Honorable Obadiah Hercules Wilcombe went home to glory empty. But I believe he was singing No condemnation now I dread. Jesus and all in him is mine. Alive in him, my living head, and clothed in righteousness divine. And then he said, behold, I approach the eternal throne and claim the crown through Christ my own. May his soul and the soul of all the faithfully parted, through the mercy of God, rest in peace and rise.
I'm almost tempted to say amen, Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell. Quinton, Senator, you said something about collecting an offering, Senator Leiber. Thank you, Senator Kirkland Russell, for your excellent contribution. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Dr. Eresia Hepburn Forbes.
Madam President, I don't know if I could go after that. The spirit is moving in this place. But Madam President, I join you in welcoming our guests in the Senate this morning and thank the Crisis Center and Rotary for this noble white ribbon effort, and would like to personally welcome Queen Mother McKay. Madam President, these tributes are fitting today, as yesterday was All Saints' Day and today is All Souls' Day. As Madam Chaplain stated, let's all aim to be saints, and after the last presentation, I think we're a little bit closer to the Lord. And I pray for God's favor over all our souls. Madam President, today as I rise in this upper chamber, thanking the Almighty God, our Savior, for affording us another new day, as so many were not afforded this opportunity this morning. Madam President, this morning we are here to pay tribute to a man who could be defined by so many adjectives and holds so many positive characteristics that if we state them all, we would be here all day. Madam President, for some, Minister Wilshcombe will be called a great man, a humble man, a noble man. But to me, while he was all of these, the late minister was first and foremost a mentor. To his family, I say thank you. Thank you for lending us this beacon of a man. As we bid farewell to our dear colleague, let us remember this quote by Helen Keller. What we have once enjoyed deeply, we can never lose. All that we love deeply becomes a part of us, end quote. Minister Wilshcombe is a part of us all. We gather here today to pay tribute to this remarkable colleague, whose sudden departure has left us in deep sorrow. Our colleague was one that loved not just his party, but most of all his country. He was a pillar of strength and support to females in this nation. Minister Wilshcombe was a beacon of wisdom that could produce facts on a drop of a dime, and a true friend to all that would have him. His devotion and dedication to this country, and in particular this time around for his work in social services, was unparalleled. His passion was infectious, and his commitment to championing the cause of women and those in need of social services was unwavering. Minister Wilshcombe was always ready to lend a helping hand, to share a word of encouragement, or to offer a piece of advice, whether solicited or unsolicited. He had a canny ability to lighten the mood with his humor, and his laughter was a melody that still echoes in our hearts. Mr. Wilshcombe was not just a politician, a sportsman, a visionary, a leader, and a beacon of hope for many. He dedicated his life to fighting for justice, equality, and the rights of the marginalized. And this is why social services suited him, as this ministry allowed him to showcase his compassion. Madam President, his courage was unwavering, his resolve unyielding, and his spirit one that was indomitable. Madam President, Minister Wilshcombe believed in the power of people, in the strength of unity, and in the potential for change for the betterment of our country. He stood up for injustice, spoke out against oppression, and fought tirelessly for the Bahamas. His voice rang loud in the halls of power, challenging authority when it was not in the benefit of the people and demanding accountability. His contributions to the PLP and then the nation is immeasurable. He has left an indelible mark on our history, and his legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. Madam President, Minister Wilshcombe has shown us that one person can make a difference, that one voice can be heard, and that one champion with a dream and a drive can change the world. As we mourn Minister Wilshcombe and the loss of so many of our fallen comrades, let us also celebrate their lives. Let us remember the good times we shared, the challenges we overcame, and the countless memories we created. Let us honor his memory by carrying forward the values he stood for: integrity, dedication, mentorship, teamwork, and excellence. Minister Wilshcombe was instrumental in numerous projects to enhance the Ministry of Social Works. I recall just mentioning to him in passing, I knew someone who needed a wheelchair, and they received that before the week was out. Minister Wilshcombe applied creative and innovative ideas, which have left an enduring mark on our country. His legacy will continue to inspire us and guide us in our future endeavors. Madam President, in the face of this overwhelming passing away of our colleague, let us continue to find comfort in the fact that we had the privilege of knowing and working with him and calling him our friend. I recall speaking to Minister Wilshcombe at one of our functions and him reminding me that the opportunity to lead is an opportunity to serve. I'll say it again, that an opportunity to lead is an opportunity to serve. And no matter how nasty or unfair people and politics get, stay the course. If you have something to contribute to your country, do it. He always encouraged balance in life and work and would always ask me how things were going. Madam President, he would always ensure to ask me at the end of those times we talked if I watched the last Dolphins game. Madam President, I will miss his guidance and his history lessons. Minister Wilshcombe may no longer be with us in person, but his spirit will forever remain in our hearts. Today, we in the Senate honor the life and legacy of a remarkable man, a political activist, a nationalist who, untimely passing, has left a void in our hearts and our community. As we bid farewell to our beloved Obi, let us remember that while he may no longer be with us in body, his spirit lives on in the ideals he championed and in the hearts of persons he inspired. So in the face of this profound loss, let us find solace in the words of Mahatma Gandhi. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in service of others. Madam President, I support this resolution, and may God provide eternal rest to our brother and bless us and bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Dr. Eurecia Hepburn Forbes. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Randy Roll.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Pleasant good afternoon. Madam President, I just got off the plane from the island, and so I send greetings on behalf of my brothers, my friends, my family, everyone in Bimini. It was a great couple of days, Madam President, and I'm grateful for it. Madam President, I rise to bring very brief remarks, and I will touch more on it during my contribution to the speech from the throne given the time constraints. But I had to stand here, Madam President, on behalf of a grateful people. As a son of the soil of Bimini, I've had the opportunity to grow with former Minister Wilcombe. He played a very important role in my public life. He was a very close friend of my mom, my father from Bimini, and we all loved him, Madam President. Madam President, I had the opportunity to be the MC to a rally the other night in Bimini. And, you know, it was being the MC, I got a call from one of my colleagues right afterwards, and he said, listen, this was a great rally. As a matter of fact, we think it was better than the one in Grand Bahama. Say, but the only critique I have was that you said nothing negative about the opposing side. You did not even take a blow at them. And I said to them, I said, you know what? We're in Bimini, and it's about one love. This one is about Obi. And so we will take the high road. When they go low, we will stay high. And it reminded me, Madam President, of a good gentleman and friend of mine who I look up to, I respect. He sits in this place. And even though we're not on the same side, you know, he's a good fella. And even in his contribution, I noticed the rally he spoke to, he used the opportunity to take a swipe at the opponent. And in taking the swipe, Madam President, he did not realize he took a swipe of one of his own. But he didn't do anything by it. I won't call any names, and they know what I talk about. But listen, it's about one love. Obi was about one love. Obi died empty. Madam President, the last time I was in here, I also talked about, I also spoke about my time I was in Grand Bahama, and I had to follow an individual, and the individual said to me, you know, I'm going there, I'm going home, but I will point you in the right direction. And I remember that so much because Obi has pointed so much of us in the right direction. And so we are grateful for his time spent on this earth. And it brings me to talking about sudden death, Madam President. We never know the time or the hour. Certainly, you know, I lost my mom last year, and if I had to do it again, Madam President, I remember right before she died, the week before, she said, listen, Randy, come take me for a drive. And I said, Mom, I'm busy, I coming back. Never knowing that I would never get that opportunity again. This is how important it is for us to make sure that we not only appreciate our loved ones in life, in death, but also in life, because we not know the time or the hour. I am grateful because Obi stood at the feet of Sir Lyndon, and I had the opportunity to stand at his feet. I am honored also to be responsible for sports tourism, which was something that was birthed by Obi, and the film industry, again, something that he poured so much into and did so much for the country, and I appreciate his service to country. So I thank his family, I thank his friends, the people of Bimini. We thank him for what he's done for Bimini. Certainly, he was the first member of parliament for that same constituency to ever win the seat 2 times in a row. You know, and so, again, it spoke to the type of individual he was. And so, Madam President, like I said, I will touch more about it in my contribution to the speech from the throne. But I want to stand with my colleagues and friends here, and it's glad to see, you know, no matter what side you sit on, you still understand and appreciate
the love and the life of one O.B. Wilchcomb. And so with those few words, one love, Madam President, I thank you, and I look forward to, again, us having a great debate today and moving forward with the business of the country that O.B. would have wanted us to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Randy Roll. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Quinton Lightburn.
Morning, Madam President. I rise in support of this resolution. And one of the key things is that I want to speak about the late great O.B. O.B. Hercules Wilchcomb. I remember his great greeting. Whenever he met someone or saw someone, everybody was, "Hey, buddy." That was his greeting. You know, he was committed to this country. He showed and he stood on principle, as we all know. And he was committed to this party and joined at a young age. And he was mentored, as we all know, by Sir Lyndon. And I think most of us in here know that the Progressive Liberal Party was a major and impactful part of his life. He was chairman at the age of 34, became a young senator at the age of 36, and he made his mark, well, one of his marks has been a staple in terms of planning our conventions. And myself being recently appointed as a co-convention chair, it's a great responsibility that you withhold the legacy that the late, great O.B. Wilchcomb has put in place. I can say without a doubt that he's been one of my political mentors. And I remember my first speech in this honorable place. He sent me a message afterwards and said, "Good job. You are well on your way." And I take that as a sign, like, you know, when your father tell you, "Good job," that's how I felt when I saw that message from O.B. Wilchcomb. It was something that I held to my heart, and something that I tried to do so much, and I tried to emulate him in so many ways. But obviously there's no duplicate to O.B. Wilchcomb. Go to a podium with no paper, with no notes, and just go and speak off the cuff and impact the crowd and ensure that everyone is engaged. But one of the things that I remember about him as a Bahamian patriot was in the year 2000. I was still in high school. And I remember hearing on the news that a journalist was going to court and was arrested, and he spent 4 days in jail just because he did not want to give up his source. And that stance was such and so monumental that Amnesty International quoted, and I would read this if I may, Madam President. "Wilchcomb's sentencing will have a chilling effect on journalists, and who could be deterred from making public information about human rights abuses by the authorities of the fear of imprisonment." The organization added that journalists must be allowed to protect their confidential sources of information. And so his reach extended far beyond our shores. And he showed that you must take a stand, even if you must stand alone. And even if you have to go to jail to stand on your principle and what you believe in, you must stand and remain steadfast. And that's one of the key things that I must say and I must admire about the late, great O.B. Wilchcomb. One of the things that he also inspired and told me was that the PLP is the hope of the Bahamian people. And he told me that, "Quinton, you can't save the people if you do not serve the people." And I must say, and as I conclude, I would say to his family, thank you for giving us the opportunity to share the fond memories that we've had with him. He's left a lasting legacy and impact on this country, and indeed the constituency of West Grand Bahama and Bimini. And I stand, and as I said, I conclude, and I support this resolution. Thank you very much, Madam President.
As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
No. Thank you, Madam President. And, and I thank all colleagues for their contributions. And so, Madam President, I rise to move the following resolution. Resolved that a humble address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor General, thanking her for her most gracious speech at the opening of Parliament. Madam President, it was indeed a pleasure being at the opening of Parliament on October 4th, 2023, and receiving the speech from the throne from Her Excellency Cynthia, we still affectionately call her Mother Pratt. And I want to take this opportunity, Madam President, to congratulate Her Excellency on her elevation to the high office of Governor General. Her Excellency, Madam President, embodies the true meaning of servant leadership and embodies that story of the Bahamas. She dedicated her virtually entire life to service. She often speaks about growing up as a little girl in the straw market, assisting her parents. She then went to enjoy a career as a nurse in the public system. She went on to become a teacher, a coach. She was legendary, Madam President, for her prowess and zeal and enthusiasm in providing many, many scholarships, particularly to young men and women from what we now call the inner city, what people call the heartland communities, the over-the-hill area, those people who normally could not afford to go to college.
The constituency you de facto represent.
Yes. But she provided scholarships. I remember as a boy growing up in the Grove, Madam President, we hear about the legendary Mother Pratt. Now, I was not much of a sportsman. I played a couple of things. I couldn't run too fast, or, I could manage, but I was on the team, But you would hear about the scholarships. So many young men and women had the opportunity to go to college, improve their lives, uplift themselves because of the efforts of Mother Pratt. Became a coach, community leader, national leader as a member of parliament, minister of national security, deputy prime minister, and an international personality where we have people coming from around the world who want to sit at her feet and hear her story and indeed tell her story, Madam President. And through all of that, through all that elevation, never lost the common touch. Still resides in the same place, Madam President. And so even I was so impressed, and I'm not going to say surprised, but impressed to see some of the first images coming out of Her Excellency after she had assumed the office was playing dominoes with the taxi drivers at the taxi stand, visiting the straw vendors in the straw market. And what's so real about, as the young people say these things, Madam President, is that, when we talk about the story of the Bahamas and people coming from humble beginnings and being able to elevate themselves and their families and their future generations, many, many thousands of them have done so through being taxi drivers, straw vendors, were able to make a good, honest, solid living and thus elevate themselves. And so those first images, to see those, amongst those first images coming out, Her Excellency visiting and slamming some dominoes and talking with the, slamming and talking, just talking and exchanging with the straw vendors, and knowing Her Excellency, Madam President, over the years, I know that it was genuine, and those conversations, she was listening to the concerns of those individuals, and at the very next opportunity, she'll be sharing them. So any concerns, she'll be making sure that she puts it in the air of the right person who would be able to do something to alleviate any concerns or problems that those individuals might have, Madam President. This elevation says to us, once again, in this country, that no matter how humble your beginnings are, anything is possible. You can come from the very humblest, the most humble beginnings, and rise to the very highest levels as head of state in this country, Madam President. And they say that many years ago, one leader used to say, this shows us that every little Johnny or every little Mary can aspire to these things. I think now they might say, any little Caden or any little Nico. I mean, nobody named Johnny and Mary anymore. But the story is the same, Madam President. It's an example to those little children all over this country, whether it's in Coconut Grove, Baintown, Pinewood, Nassau Village, Eastwood, Lifewood, Cat Island, all over the Bahamas, that if you remain true to your purpose, you can achieve anything. And that's a wonderful story of this great little country of ours, Madam President. So once again, congratulate Her Excellency on that elevation, and I'm sure she will continue to make all of us very, very proud. Madam President, the question has been asked, the speech from the throne that we will thank Her Excellency for delivering was delivered at an opening of Parliament on October 4th, 2023. And the question was asked, and might be asked, why prorogues in the first place to have another opening? It's an opportunity, Madam President, because, some wanted to be a little mischievous and said, well, you're trying to duck this question, or you're trying to not deal with this matter. I'm happy to say that many of the pieces of legislation that were on the agenda have been laid again, and so we will be addressing those, and the questions that were on the agenda and the work of the House can restart. So those questions that were on the agenda can be put back on the agenda through notices, things like the Public Accounts Committee, which is critically important, Madam President, needs to be continued, hopefully uninterrupted, so that matters before them can be properly investigated, and when all of the evidence has come forth, hopefully the House and the public would have the benefit of those reports. It's an opportunity, Madam President, though, when you prorogue and you reopen, to, as we say, reset, to assess your progress so far in terms of what you had promised or what you had committed to during the last speech from the throne, and bring renewed focus to the move now to the completion of this first term. So you assess how far you've come, you look at what you promised that you would do, tick off, assess how far you've come, and it gives an opportunity to re-energize yourself as you push through to the remainder of the term. And it was done around the halfway point, and at that time as well, Madam President, we had the opportunity to have some realignments in some of the portfolios of the cabinet, and at this time I'd like to congratulate publicly Senator Pia Glover-Roll and Senator Jomo Campbell on their promotion to substantive ministers, and we wish I'm sorry, ministers, sorry, substantive ministers, and wish them well deserved. They've shown a dedication and an industry in their smaller things, and so now they've been given greater things, and I'm sure they'll do very, very well. And we wish, yes, and we wish all ministers well in addition to their portfolios, Madam President. In effect, Madam President, the speech from the throne is when you formally present your policy commitments to the people. The Progressive Liberal Party ran on a blueprint for change. You then translate that blueprint, those commitments in the blueprint for change to your speech from the throne, and then you effect that through legislation in the Parliament. And so in the speech from the throne, October 6, 2021, the government recognized that the most important issue facing the people at the time was the COVID-19 pandemic, and how could we, number one, deal with COVID that was still with us. At the same time, how do we safely open the economy? How do we promote security of our people and how do we invest in social services and education? And so, Madam President, in the speech from the throne, October 2021, it opens with the government proposing the blueprint for change. And in the very first lines, it says, "My government fully understands that we cannot resolve our country's economic crisis until we have resolved the health crisis." And it goes on to commit to make investments in healthcare infrastructure throughout the Bahamas and ensure that the Family Island clinics are properly equipped, inclusive of the capacity for telemedicine. And over these past 2 years, Madam President, we have had millions of dollars invested in our Family Island clinics, not only in equipment, but in the training and the recruitment of individuals to man those clinics, particularly in the area of emergency services and what they call ancillary services around the clinics. Government at the time committed to building a new hospital in New Providence and Grand Bahama through public-private partnerships, and both are in various stages of fruition, and we look forward to those being well underway, if not completed, by the end of this term. So a commitment made, Madam President, we expect to keep that. Very, very importantly, in that speech from the throne, I want to say here, was gratitude expressed to those doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals who were on the front line, Madam President. And so in the early days, commitment made to make investment in the healthcare infrastructure, Madam President. We've done it with the clinics, and we are on our way to fulfilling those commitments with the hospital. Again, the government, in the speech from the throne, October 6, 2021, reiterated its commitment to drop VAT from 12% to 10%. We are happy to say that that has been achieved. The government committed to address infrastructural needs of the country and stabilize the public finances and implement a debt management plan to address the historic debt burdens and deficit, Madam President. And I can happily say that we are addressing infrastructure needs through various roadworks in the Family Islands, airport plan that was reiterated in this speech from the throne. And happily, we can say, Madam President, that the public finances have been stabilized. We recognize the tremendous impact, negative impact of COVID-19, and we did a lot of work in terms of education and communications with the financial sector. And our work has been demonstrated, and you can see it manifested in the reports coming out of S&P and Moody's, which point to the strong recovery of the Bahamian economy, downward track of the deficit and the debt, and we're on the right track, Madam President. By no means are we totally out of the woods as yet, but even institutions like the IMF and the World Bank point to strong recovery of the Bahamian economy and the improvement of the public finances. So that commitment, Madam President, we've come a long way, and we continue to work in that area even today. Madam President, in the speech from the throne back in 2021, we also committed to implement a debt management plan, because in the run-up to the election of 2021, there was a lot of concern about the debt, the national debt, what's going to happen, our children are being burdened. And so what the Prime Minister decided, we must publish a debt management plan, and he went a step further in that he brought some individuals in from the private sector, what we call a private sector debt advisory committee, led by the esteemed former governor of the central bank, James, former member of this place, and Minister of State for Finance. And we were able to bring in some individuals from the private sector who are well-versed in the areas of finance to lend their input, the advice, Madam President, to help us as we addressed the debt management plan. And we can see that the rates, when we look at debt to GDP, has come down, Madam President. Again, by no means out of the woods, because there are some challenges that face us in terms of rising international interest rates, but that is a commitment that was made in 2021 and that was kept, Madam President. We also dealt with the Procurement Act, Fiscal Responsibility Act, Public Financial Management Act, that we made amendments to, Madam President. In terms of solar energy, we recommitted to 30% by 2030, and there was a commitment made in the speech from the throne for 2021. The government will promote Grand Bahama to harness the power of the maritime industry, and that's ongoing, and we're very happy to be able to look at the recent groundbreaking in Grand Bahama for the Carnival facility that went from, I think, 200, and it was 200, now it's $600 million. And so that, Madam President, should serve as an anchor and a catalyst for the further development of the maritime industry in Grand Bahama, as was committed to by us in 2021. We committed to investments in the cultural and creative economy, and we had a guest here in the gathering today, President, who will be assisting us greatly as we move towards further development of the orange economy. And so I invite the public just to stay tuned for more announcements in that area, Madam President. Back in 2021, again, in that speech from the throne, we recognizing the impact of COVID-19 and the fear in terms of supply chain interruption and the fear of food, the interruption in delivery of food. Many people started to grow in their backyards, but we realized as a government, we need to have a renewed focus on agriculture. And so you have the Golden Yoke program, Madam President, and more further evolution of agriculture so that we can reduce our reliance on imports. Madam President, we spoke about digitization, very, very important, an element of growing economy. The government committed back in October 2021 to restructure the Bahamas Investment Authority in order to streamline application processes, and that has been done. We're also well underway to establishing Bahamas Invest, which will again streamline the whole process of investments by those from abroad and in the local investors, Madam President. And so we've also, that work is ongoing. We see the development of the Tourism Development Corporation, who will assist in the area of tourism investment, Bahamas Invest, as I said, and our efforts to regulate and make incentives in that segment of the Airbnb that would come under regulation, Madam President. On October 6, 2021, the government committed, it said, my government will return tourism to pre-COVID levels by harnessing existing markets. And boy, have we done that, Madam President. Not boy, but have we done that? You saw the Deputy Prime Minister in the press talking about new record levels, and so that every day from now until the end of the year will be another record. So we're breaking records every day, Madam President. And so we congratulate and thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Tourism, and his team. A key member of that team here sits amongst us, but we congratulate them on all the work that they're doing to really drive tourism to the record levels that we have today, Madam President. We spoke about the development of airports in Exuma, Grand Bahama, North Eleuthera. That work continues, Madam President, because we recognize we need to make those investments to, in order to spur investments and business opportunity, business activity in those islands. Also in the speech from the throne in October 2023, Madam President, was a commitment to focus on the most vulnerable and discouraged people in our society. We promised to enhance social assistance programs, and we did. We promised to increase the pensions of senior citizens, and we did. We promised to introduce legislation for the protection of consumers. That was passed in that other place this week, and we introduced it here today, Madam President. We promised to increase the minimum wage and phase in a livable wage. The minimum wage has been increased, Madam President. We promised to reintroduce the RISE program, and that has not yet been completed, but we will complete that, Madam President, because, again, the former resolution that we spoke to, that was a passion of Minister Wilstrom to get that RISE program reintroduced, Madam President. The government in 2021 promised to institute a service-wide promotion. That is well underway. In the area of housing, the government committed housing as a basic human right and committed to the building of new subdivisions through public and private partnerships and returning to houses for Bahamians. That is ongoing, Madam President. You see the houses being built, some say popping out of the ground. And in terms of the natural resources, we pledge to protect the national resources, enhance the Sovereign Wealth Fund. We've done that where we have a formula now where we put the non-financial assets of the government under one structure and administration so that we can maximize the returns on that. Back in 2021, we also promised to secure carbon credit payments for natural resources, and we're well underway. We're at the stage now of verification. That seems to be progressing very well, Madam President. The last thing I want to say, or one of the last things I want to say, back to commitments made in 2021, Madam President, was the recognition that the COVID-19 pandemic had severely interrupted education for many of our people. We went to, by necessity, we had to go to distance learning. Unfortunately, many of our young people did not have access either to the Wi-Fi or the instruments. For whatever reason, we have implemented free Wi-Fi in the parks. We're extending that so, Madam President, those young people who might not have the connection at home will have safe spaces in the community to be able to go in and get online and to be able to do their schoolwork, Madam President. The very important initiative related to that was what I would call a sort of national stock take of where the children, the students were in terms of their learning loss. A tremendous undertaking done by the minister and her team at the Ministry of Education to assess the level of the learning loss so that once we know how much, what the extent of learning loss is, then we can put in place initiatives to cure that, Madam President. And we also made commitments in terms of the health of young people. Very importantly, again, we spoke about in terms of local government, making amendments to ensure that some of the revenue that is generated in those local jurisdictions stay there. And we did that legislation to make sure that in the area of real property tax and road tax, some of that revenue that's earned in the island stays in the island to go towards their development, Madam President. And we also promised to increase the budget for local government councils during this 5-year term, and we did that during the last budget. So I wanted to go through that, Madam President, and we also pledged to increase our engagement in the international community because there are instances where when we collaborate with the international community, some of the shared problems that we have, we can speak with a united voice. I wanted to take that little stroll, Madam President, to indicate that, back in October 2021, the government in the speech from the throne made certain commitments. We can see that many, many of those have been kept. We're not finished as yet. We're about halfway through, and I can say that the ones that have not been totally completed, they will continue to be addressed so that when we approach the end of this first term, we would have substantially completed all of those commitments, Madam President. And I say, that's just to, I heard my colleague down there at the end of the table, past behavior is a predictor of future behavior. So I can say, if you've kept your commitments made in that past that speech from the throne, I think the Bahamian people can be assured how serious we are about the commitments made in this speech from the throne, made almost 2 years to the day, October 4th, 2021, Madam President. Let me just say, briefly, so they can expect, they see what we said and then what we did, so now when we say this is what we're going to do going forward, they can have faith and believe that we take these things seriously, these commitments that we make. Madam President, briefly, on the matter of the speech from the throne, October 4th, 2023. If I could put it in a nutshell, I would say there's a recognition, Madam President, that we've made some strides in terms of the economy, in terms of tackling the healthcare problems. And there's a renewed commitment for personal security, as the Prime Minister says, economic security, and national security. There's a recognition, a common thread that goes through the speech of the throne. There's a recognition that, yes, the economy has rebounded strongly, as shown by the statistics, but we must ensure over the next 3 years of this term that the benefits that come out of that growth and solid recovery accrue to the Bahamian people. It would be for naught, Madam President, to quote statistics of high growth, robust growth, and all of those benefits in terms of good, solid, secure employment with benefits and security do not accrue to the Bahamian people. Madam President, and so as we move forward in this particular speech from the throne, there's a commitment to move, I'll quote it, move decisively to boost the number, type, and quality of jobs available to Bahamians. We recognize that a big part of this is improving the educational system and the health and well-being of our people. But the issue, Madam President, I think we're going to have to take up and spend some time on over the coming months is the issue of the quality, the sustainability, the security of jobs, and how do we look to ensure that those involved who give their labor, they're compensated properly, and we don't have this expansion any further of this contract business where people are on these temporary contracts and they don't have security, and it impacts the economic well-being of the country, Madam President, because those individuals are in a state of perpetual limbo. Those persons are in a perpetual limbo. And so it has impacts because it goes to a sense of security. It goes to being able to invest, because if you have security of tenure, then you can go and invest in a home, which then leads to economic activity in terms of construction and ongoing spending, etc. If you don't, if you are what you call a casual worker if that phenomena is expanding throughout the country, it is something we need to look at, because it leads to a lot of problems, including despair and a feeling that people are only working to pay bills and not getting ahead, and then their lives are not any better. And so, common thread I take from the speech from the throne 2023, yes, the economy is growing very well, but we must do all we can to ensure that those benefits, I don't like to use the term trickle down, but those benefits flow down to those individuals at every level, so that individuals at every level of the economic hierarchy, so to speak, can trickle down, suggested by the time it reached down only a little bit left. I want it to flow down.
Okay. Wow. Reagan on steroids.
All right? I want it to flow down like a mighty river. All right? So we have to make sure, Madam President, because we don't want to get in a situation where we up here talking about economy robust and people maybe they can see some activity going on, but almost as if they're standing on the outside looking in. And so that's a tension we have to give, and that is a commitment that I take from this speech from the throne. There are other commitments. I'm happy to see a commitment to the National Breakfast Program. The pilot program has been rolled out, and a lot of what has been committed, the School for the Creative and Performing Arts, National Youth Commission Bill, National Service Bill, Madam President, again, National Care and Protection of Older Persons Bill, all of these things to come to ensure we're moving to the point where the economy is recovered. Now let's move to make sure that those benefits are truly felt. Some of the legislation that has been promised in the speech from the throne, in particular, the amendments to the Supreme Court Act, the Magistrates Act, we have laid already here today. Further commitments in terms of National Forest Bill and the Bahamas Wildlife Enforcement Network Bill. Work on that as in terms of setting up the infrastructure for wildlife enforcement has already been put in place, and further legislation promised in terms of the Environmental Planning and Protection Act, and the regulations will be forthcoming, Madam President. Then further attention to the Defense Force and the police force, including the creation of Royal Bahamas Defense Force cadets, anti-gang legislation, and refinements of the Immigration Act, Madam President. And so, if I were to summarize the speech from the throne 2023 version, it gave us an opportunity, the opening of Parliament, to assess how far we've come. We recognize that we've not completed the agenda. It gives us an opportunity to reset, take stock of where we come, but then recognize the work that needs to be done, correct course a little bit. But Madam President, I think we're well on course. And as I said, the reason we went through the 2021 speech from the throne, and what has been done is to demonstrate in large part many of the commitments have been kept. Some, of course, have not complete as yet, various stages. And so Bahamian people, when they hear the speech from the throne, can take comfort. They can take comfort in the fact that, I don't want to use that other phrase, but we said it. And so we're going to do it, Madam President. And so with that, Madam President, I move the resolution that resolve that a humble address presented to Her Excellency, the Governor General, thanking her for her most gracious speech at the opening of Parliament. I so move, Madam President.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner.
Madam President, I stand here this afternoon to second this resolution, but I will say, Madam President, it is wonderful when one has credibility. As I listened to what was just shared, I saw how the leader of the government's business here laid out where they started several years ago, and it is very easy to see where we're at now. But before I get into the meat of this matter, let me also say that I firstly want to say again congratulations and welcome to another stage of her life. A lady who is known among all of us as an excellent representation of a Bahamian woman. She is strong yet delightful, intelligent and yet so articulate, and is always loving in her presentations over the years. She is now our most recent Governor General, Her Excellency Cynthia Mother Pratt, a lady whom many of us affectionately continue to call Mother Pratt. During our Governor General's speech from the throne, she reminded us of how far we have traveled in just a few years. Though some of the yesteryear concerns linger in our minds, because it is not so long ago that our hospitals overflowed with patients in a very threatening manner. Children were not in schools. Lockdowns were akin to anger and frustration and devastation. But let me say that we are far beyond those days of despair now. There are many indications that demonstrate that fiscally we are on the right track, and the mood all around the Bahamas remains very optimistic, and it appears there are opportunities for all. The speech made is very clear that our country's leaders have made a commitment to personal security, economic security, and national security, three pillars of a progressive national development focus. When I listened to the speech from the throne, I heard a very clear declaration that our Governor General was mindful of some estimated 2,000 verses of scriptures that deal with issues of those less fortunate. When I hear the references of scripture, I'm always pleased, because one cannot understand that which is the Bahamas without understanding that the Word of God underpins much of our aspirations. As the speech focused on the next phase of our administrator's intention, it reminded us of matters relevant to personal security, a move to boost jobs available to Bahamians, a move to improve education outcomes for all, a move to support the development of young people, and a move to promote better health and wellness among our population, all elements where the government's intentions is to strengthen these areas. The speech from the throne reminded us of the importance of tourism and the need to ensure that more Bahamians become owners in this space. We expect that with the presentation of the Downtown Management Authority, the Family Island Airport Renaissance projects, and certainly the Public Service Reform Bill, we will no doubt see the emergence of a well-tuned and modern Bahamas. I recall just a few years ago, a gentleman decried on national TV asking our nation, "Where is your heart and where is your soul?" Today we know that with the presentation of the National Breakfast Program, the little darlings of this country can now declare that it is now where it ought to be, with the people and for the people, Madam President. The National Maritime and Training Bill, the National Apprenticeship Bill, the National Youth Commission Bill, the intention that legislation will be introduced for the care and protection of older persons, and the National Development Food Security Plan are all illustrative that our administrators' hearts and souls are now well in tune with our nation's peoples. Madam President, what I present here is short because these are good days, these are optimistic days for Bahamians. We can see that our country is heading in the right path now. This morning I stand in support and I continue to pray that God Almighty will continue to bless this land that we love, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes thank you, Senator the Honorable James Roll Turner, for your contribution. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable
Madam President, if I may.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Alcides.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we have agreed that what we will do is we will meet until 2 p.m. and then we will break for lunch between 2 and 3 p.m. And so I would like to move that the business of the House, business of the Senate, sit beyond 1 p.m. today.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate sit beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many hours in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The Senate will sit beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Bonnet Ellis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as I begin my contribution, I would have missed the earlier remarks on the resolution, so with your leave, I would just like to offer a few brief remarks. Madam President, the Bahamas is the greatest little country on earth. We are the recipients of the blessings that our grandparents prayed for. We can never express enough gratitude to the countless men and women who've poured their hopes, dreams, and expertise into making the Bahamas what it is today. Before I make my contribution to the resolution to table the speech from the throne, I wanted to express in this place my condolences to the family of the late Obadiah Wilshcombe and Dr. Perry Gomez. These men, although we have obvious political differences, these men have contributed to the development of the Bahamas. We are greater because of their contributions. I'm not suggesting that they are perfect, because to err is human, but they are men who, from their thoughts, words, and deeds, contributed to our tourism sector, our health sector, particularly as regards to HIV and AIDS research and treatment, and our social service sector. I am particularly grateful to their families because the cost of public service is not only felt by the public servant, but also by their families. These men no longer belonged exclusively to their families, but they belonged to the nation. And sometimes that can be a tough pill to swallow. Particularly on this day, the Feast of All Souls, I pray that their souls and the souls of all the dearly departed rest in peace. Madam President, on the 4th of October 2023, we return to this place for the opening of Parliament. The opening of Parliament is steeped in tradition, and the formalities we participated in have existed for hundreds of years. The proroguing of Parliament and the formal opening of Parliament is a tradition enjoyed by Westminster systems throughout the Commonwealth. In some jurisdictions, it is a scheduled and orderly transition from one planned session of Parliament to another. The end of a parliamentary session is sometimes concluded with an address outlining government's achievements during that session. A new parliamentary session is meant to have a new agenda, with a new focus and new parliamentary goals. Proroguing, however, can sometimes be used as a tactic by political leaders in order to strategically prevent certain business from happening. Even Her Excellency's poised, articulate, and strong delivery of the speech from the throne could not save from what felt like hundreds of pages of meh. The ever-present arrogance of this administration that believes that power gives them the privilege of not having to explain their decisions. It continues to raise the question about whether it is actually a new day or whether this is the same old, arrogant, reckless PLP that plagued us in 2002 and 2012. We can only speculate as to why they chose to prorogue Parliament. But two things are clear. They didn't end the session because they completed their agenda. And two, they're not bringing a new agenda. They stated in the speech from the throne that things are still far too tough for far too many people. But we knew that. Madam President, you knew that. And over and over and over, the opposition, the people of the Bahamas, and now even the clergy is calling for VAT to be taken off of bread basket items, medicine, and feminine products. They know what will help us across the country, but they recited it in the speech like it was a novel revelation. Maybe this administration has stayed off the island. Maybe if this administration stayed on the island long enough, they would have intimate knowledge of our daily struggle. And then, in the speech from the throne, they had the audacity to observe that the people who own businesses face many obstacles. Madam President, they put the obstacles there. At the beginning of the year, there was confusion as people tried to meet all of the New Day obstacles to renew their business licenses. The Chamber of Commerce has pleaded for the last 2 years for this administration to be more business friendly. Businesses, large, small, medium, or micro, are what drives our economy. When businesses struggle to be profitable, the adverse impacts are spread wide. And then, Madam Speaker, there are the empty promises. Those 100-day promises. The promise to evaluate and reduce the costs of providing electricity. We know how that went. Our bills are high. And even when we started turning off the lights, the bills kept getting higher. But now, 2 years in, they want to do a root and branch review. They promised that already. That was in the infamous Blueprint for Change. The speech from the throne also promised to bring several pieces of legislation that have been in the pipeline for years. Where are the innovative ideas? What happened to making amendments to the Education Act or legislation to encourage renewable energy, or legislation to facilitate a comprehensive program of digitization. All were promises in the 2021 speech from the throne, but they ended the session without addressing these issues. But Madam Speaker, for me, there is an element in the speech from the throne, or rather an element that was missing from the speech of the throne, that must be addressed. In the blueprint for the blueprint for change, and that 2021 speech from the throne, the new administration promised accountability and transparency. The 2021 speech from the throne said, and I quote, "My government will not tolerate corruption and is committed to introducing effective anti-corruption legislation. My government will govern for the many, not for the few, and promote the best interests of Bahamians and the Bahamas. My government will increase accountability and transparency. My government will fully implement the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act. Measures will be introduced to amend the rules of the House of Assembly to enable fixed sessions of Parliament. None of these promises were fulfilled. It was promised to be a new day, but not those PLP antics that we are too familiar with. But instead, once again, unaccountability, untrustworthiness, and secrecy are the order of the day. They still have not complied with the Procurement Act. When we ask for details on contracts entered into by the government, we are met with arrogance and dismissive attitudes and no answers. But Madam President, it's our money. It's our VAT money. And governments are accountable to the people. But if you can't hear, you'll feel. The Public Debt Management Act states that only the Minister of Finance can enter into loan agreements on behalf of the government of the Bahamas. But it seems like everyone, except the Minister of Finance, has been entering into loan agreements on behalf of the Bahamas. And this week, we have been horrified by the testimony in FTX, the evidence of a cozy relationship between the company and our cabinet, basketball tickets, preferential investment treatment. It appears as if the PLP has a propensity for getting in bed with foreign investors, Anna Nicole, NIGARD, and now FTX. We cannot go back to being seen as a nation for sale. We cannot afford to be seen as a haven for criminals. That was our past and cannot be our future. Our efforts to get off the blacklist, the gray list, the persona non grata list cannot be hampered in any way. We must, by our actions, words, and laws, demonstrate a dedication to trustworthiness, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. They cannot go unsaid. We must continue to express the importance of these loftier goals. Madam President, I want to thank Her Excellency for delivering the government speech from the throne. She has brought a new energy and her own personality to the office of the Governor General. And as a Bahamian woman, I am impressed and I am grateful. As I end, Madam President, with your leave, I would like to commend the persons who participated in Monday's session of Youth in Senate. The senators, their advisors, the team from the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture, and the parliamentary staff. I cannot say it often enough. These young people are our future, and the future is bright. Therefore, Madam President, I end quoting one of the youth senators. She said, "Without vision, there is hallucination." We need a government with a clear, structured plan, a clear vision for the delivery of its mandate. Starting a parliamentary session does not wipe clean the slate. The people want explanations and answers. Madam President, may God continue to bless you, and may God continue to bless our Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
finished reading? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Michael Barnett Ellis. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, Madam President, while some on the other side may continue with the gloom and doom stories that we thought ended after the last election, we'll leave them with that. And we'll continue to talk the bright stories of a brighter Bahamas. Bahamas where our economy is strengthening, where our people is happy. And as I will show you, where the workers of this country and labor in this country is at an all-time high.
Yes.
Madam President, there is no question that it's better in the Bahamas. Yes, sir. That statement is more than just sun, sand, and sea. The life story of a local merchant or the story of a taxi driver or the story of a barefoot girl from Andros becoming Governor General can only happen in the Bahamas. Madam President, the life story of Her Excellency Cynthia Mother Pratt, Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, is another one of those stories that thoroughly defines the phrase, "It's better in the Bahamas." Her story outlines that no matter your beginnings, no matter the hand that was dealt to you, if you simply apply yourself, practice good old-fashioned manners, respect people, honor your parents, and love the Lord your God, that every Bahamian has the fundamental right and opportunity to make it to the top. And so, if you understand that, then you understand the phrase, "It's better in the Bahamas." Madam President, I am honored to join with all the voices in thanking Her Excellency for inspiring most gracious speech from the throne. Madam President, we are now a lot of what I will say, Madam President, is taken from the speech from the throne. We are now some 25 months into the Honorable Philip Edward Davis government term in office, and the government has already successfully implemented a significant number of policies and programs, many of which are contained in, yes, the magnificent blueprint for change, with the priority focus on rescuing and rebuilding a country and an economy that the government met in a very, very sad state. Madam President, also key national and international economic indicators confirm that the public finances have been managed competently and that the economy has rebounded strongly and that the country is now on the right track. We confess that all is not well and that there's much more work to be done. However, we remain determined to do all that we can to make things better for one Bahamian at a time, understanding that the mission is to wipe every tear from every eye. Madam President, I am so proud of the tremendous efforts being made by the Minister of Tourism and his team for the work that they are doing. The government will continue to advance measures not only to expand jobs and opportunities in the sector, but also to promote greater economic ownership by Bahamians throughout the industry. Madam President, it was outlined in the speech that the government will establish in law a downtown management authority to oversee the continued revitalization of downtown Nassau. And at this point, I must congratulate Senator Honorable Randy Roll for the great work he has been doing to improve the look and image of downtown Nassau. Madam President, I was extremely impressed with the strong upcoming legislation and policy agenda outlined in the speech from the throne, such as Family Airport, the Family Airport Renaissance Project, the Public Service Reform Bill, the National School Breakfast Program, the National Maritime and Training Bill, the National Apprenticeship Bill. The government reaffirmed its commitment to pioneering creative and performing arts schools, a National Youth Commission Bill, the National Youth Policy, the National Service Bill, and with the National Service Bill, participants in this program will serve to meet the needs of the vulnerable communities throughout the Bahamas. The government continues to make investment to improve healthcare and infrastructure. Madam President, I am happy to report to this honorable House, this honorable chamber, that work has already begun to construct the state-of-the-art hospital on the island of Grand Bahama. Madam President, the speech addressed new legislations for the care and protection of older persons. Then there is the Economic Empowerment Zone legislation that will set out a range of incentives and concessions to support Pacific industries in Pacific areas and islands. Then there's the intellectual property legislation. This is important to me. This bill will aim at protecting the country's creative industries and empower our orange economy. This legislation will unlock paths to job and wealth creation. Bahamians must now begin to prepare to benefit from the new opportunities that will be created also by legislation regulating the cannabis and hemp industry. Madam President, I'll take a break on the legislative agenda, even though there's much more that can be said, because I wish to spend a few minutes on labor. Madam President, when we went on summer break, we reported to this House that the government had completed some 19 industrial agreements with various unions on behalf of their members. Well, while we were on summer break, the government has completed an agreement with air traffic controllers, as well as the supervisory and management unions at BPL.
How many is that?
21.
What? How many did they do last time?
One.
What?
One. But they talk about, that's doom and gloom. So we can leave that over there. Right? These agreements seek to improve the terms and conditions of these workers, such as salary improvement, sick benefit, vacation benefit, insurance benefit, training, and educational and better career path opportunity. Listen to this, Mr. AG. This, indirectly, the government is marshalling in a livable wage program for Bahamians. Madam President, job protection and job security for Bahamians has always been crucial for the labor movement, while the negative impact of casual labor is detrimental to the workers and the economy. Madam President, at the groundbreaking ceremony of the $600 million expansion for Grand Bahamas Shipyard just last week, a major undertaking between Carnival Corporation and Royal Caribbean Group, the Honorable Prime Minister, while giving the keynote address, made these game-changing remarks on behalf of the workers of this country. He said, over the years, the issue of casual labor has not escaped our attention. Many of these hard-working individuals, while playing a critical role in our industries, have not enjoyed the benefits, security, and stability that permanent workers do. They have faced challenges ranging from lack of insurance to the inability to secure job letters. They have struggled to secure credit, obtain loans, or access other financial services that many would consider a fundamental benefit of employment. The result is a terrible financial trap. Prime Minister Davis went on to say, the regrettable reality is that casual labor, as it has been carried out, has curbed prospect of economic security. I will miss this. Impeded dreams of property investment, entrepreneurship, and further education. This issue is not unique to Grand Bahama, he said, but the shipyard has seen its share of challenges. In this regard, I've seen its share of challenges in this regard. With the completion of this redevelopment, we anticipate an increase in the pool of permanent workers. This means more stability and security for our Bahamian workforce. Prime Minister Davis then said, we also propose a new system for contract workers. We envision a process where after a designated period or based on their performance, these workers transition to full-time role with all the addendum benefits. The government is driving this change, he said, and we encourage you to draw on our public service professional engagement program for inspiration. This program is intended to create permanent opportunities for participants at the end of a one-year period. We suggest a similar model that creates a career path to a permanent job for contract and casual workers. The Grand Bahama Shipyard transformation is not just about improved infrastructure or the expand ability to repair large vessels. Listen to this. It is about investing in greatest assets, our people. The expansion of the shipyard's apprenticeship program, for instance, is a testament of your commitment to people. Developing new apprentices every year ensures that our young talent is primed for current and future opportunities. He stated, this is in line with the government's establishment of a new unit within the Department of Labor to ensure that Bahamians are trained to fill roles currently held by foreigners. initiative, as I mentioned in the House of Assembly, is a major move forward in protecting our workers and upholding unionization policies, end quote. Madam Speaker, let me tell you why I took the time. Madam President, colleagues, and the Bahamian workers, to my trade union colleagues, this is no doubt one of the most powerful statements made on behalf of Bahamian workers since the famous bend or break speech given by Sir Lyndon Pinlin in 1969 at the opening ceremony of BOCO. As a trade unionist, I am extremely proud of the courage and commitment of our Prime Minister on the stand he took on behalf of workers' rights, the protection of workers, and putting Bahamian voice. Madam President, the speech from the throne is indeed, this is also in line with the speech from the throne that has inspired Bahamians, sets the government progressive agenda, and gives a clear view on a future that is bright for all. Madam President, for us in the labor movement, to have a Prime Minister speak directly to this issue of child labor. First time. This is something that we have been calling for over 20 years in this country. It happened under this administration. And so I say, may God continue to bless all of us, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I support this resolution.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ronald Duncombe.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I give my contribution, Madam President, I just want to, start with the mindset of showing people love and appreciation when they're above ground. And you in particular, Madam President, I personally want to, one of those persons who are not receptive to receiving compliments. But I really want to say to you, after experiencing one of your initiatives with Youth Senate, I mean, it was really, I felt inspired to see your dedication to ensure that, not only the Senate body is represented with upcoming superstars, but the youths and girl power lives on, And as a father of 3 wonderful angels, I'm proud to know that you're championing that cause, and I'm in definite support. I just want to thank you, and I'm sure every senator in this room who have felt your love, kindness, and stern support in how we conduct ourselves in business and making sure that we're on point. The public at large needs to know that our president certainly takes her position very seriously. She doesn't need to be pushed or poked to do what's good for everybody. And I just want to say thank you so much for being the president that you are today in my life. Thank you so much. All right. So with that in mind, just want to say to the wonderful establishment at Gambia, today is Fun Day at Gambia Primary School. and Ms. Strawn and her wonderful staff are holding it down. They're sorry I couldn't be there today, but I'm hoping that all the kids have a great time today at Gampa High School, Primary School today. So as we get into the speech from the throne, I too have a relationship with Her Excellency Cynthia Mother Pratt, and I can't pull the Mother Pratt from the dialogue because since 1988 in sports, I've known Her Excellency Cynthia Pratt, the Governor General, and like Alcides mentioned, she has certainly not changed her ways, her attitude to life, and no cap could be fitting to someone who has truly been an ambassador for the Bahamian people and women at large and for kids, so kudos to that. So I just want to say that, you know, it's really, really an amazing time in this country that we have so many people who are going through hardship in business, personal lives, and it's us as individuals in this upper house pulling together for the better cause of the Bahamian people and for the country at large. So for me, it was certainly an historic and momentous occasion to witness Her Excellency Cynthia Mother Pratt read the speech from the throne. You know, her journey began with humble beginnings and has not only been inspirational, but also symbolic of the incredible potential of our nation. Her presence and the message she conveyed through the throne resonated deeply with the ideals we hold dear and our collective aspirations for a better Bahamas. Madam President, over the past 2 years, our government has inherited numerous challenges, including a soaring national debt, unprecedented unemployment, overwhelmed healthcare facilities, and closed schools. In response, we initiated a comprehensive 5-year program, our Blueprint for Change, aimed at rescuing, recovering, and rebuilding our economy. The positive outcomes are evidenced by the 14.4 real GDP growth in 2022, emphasize our government's dedication to addressing these crises effectively. As we move forward, our legislative agenda is focused on strengthening personal security, economic security, and national security. In terms of personal security, we aim to create more jobs and support educational improvements. We will establish a unit to review notice of vacancy processes to ensure that Bahamians have fair access and availability to jobs. Our commitment to Bahamian jobs for Bahamian workers remains unwavering as we work to protect and promote employment for our citizens. In education, Madam President, we recognize the importance of providing a solid foundation for our youth. These initiatives include the National School Breakfast Program, National Maritime Instruction and Training Bill, National Apprenticeship Bill, and the establishment of creative and performing arts. Youth development, Madam President, is certainly a top priority. With the introduction of National Youth Commission Bill and the National Service Bill to engage young citizens in community services. Madam President, I also want to extend gratitude of you mentioning in your speech in the opening of Parliament about the Next Gen mentorship program for these boys. I firmly believe that the future for our nation rests upon the shoulders of our youth, and that's boys and girls, because it's in their potential, energy, ambition that will certainly drive the change and process that we seek for a better Bahamas. So at this time, with your allegiance, Madam President, I want to give an update on our Next Gen program with our young boys, or our young leaders to come over the past few months. Since our last visit in the Senate, they embark a transformative journey of self-awareness, leadership development, and community services. Their growth and evolution has been very remarkable. And they've had the privilege of engaging with esteemed individuals, institutions who have graciously shared and inspired them with their insight and wisdom. And as I sat across this side of the table and have my former or my senator colleagues spoke about their interpretation of our speech from the throne, the one thing I can speak from experience is that our Prime Minister have a sincere approach and mission about the development of youth, in particularly boys. So when we made the call with our Prime Minister to see if he can find time out of his busy schedule to sit with the young boys and leaders of the future, he was graciously receptive to that. So I want to show, Attorney, can you show up, pull a card for me, please? Here, exhibit, you can see where the Prime Minister, not only, I think that's what the Madam President could see. Yeah, I can show the camera too, yeah. So, I thought we were getting a 15 minutes, take a picture, nice to meet you, have a great day. Prime Minister says, oh, no, every boy sit across the table. Pull that for me, please. And Prime Minister had a dialogue with each young leader back and forth, who you are, what you want to do, why you're here, self-development. And that was such an impactful feel on these young men, because it's different when a young boys, and all the young boys who are still here in the room at heart, have the ability to sit with a leader who can relate to the fact that where he came from, you have the ability to be there yourself and encourage them to be the best they can be, and personally give his support to their development. It truly went a long way. And then from that visit, we were able to reach out to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, where Commodore Dr. Raymond King, a distinguished team of officers. And to say to be impressed is an understatement. The manner and how we have Bahamians who are at that level of efficiency and professionalism and organization needs to be echoed. Just through association, I was able to I have it on this pin that I got, there it is. I get my Senate colleague who's in the Defense Force can understand what this means. I was awarded with a coin that says Royal Bahamas Defense Force Performance Excellence, and it demonstrates the heritage since it was established in 1980. We're talking about a very, very good organization. You can take a look at that. And we got a commitment from the Commodore that they would support our initiative with mentoring these young men. Thank you very much. But it doesn't end there. Like every educational program, we want to make sure that these young men are focusing on self-development. So I'm pleased to announce, as you can see with this card here, thank you very much, young Colin Simmons has received his driver's license. You can imagine how powerful it is for a young man to get a driver's license. That's the biggest piece of independence that any individual can have. All right, yes. But it doesn't stop there. We have family islands are not left behind. Again, because of our program, I'll pull the other card up. I have Saquon Rowe from all the Mandras has been promoted to head boy of his school. So Leon Lundy is definitely invested into his person from his area. So it shows to you that everything in small strides. These young men are committed to development, and I'm pleased and grateful for everyone who've shown their kindest support, whether it's financially or with their time, in the development of young men. So as time goes on, Madam President, I'll be more than happy to give you an update as we can see how these young men transition into leadership. So, Madam President, as I continue into my contributions, healthcare and the wellness is another key component and focus of our government. The government will introduce the second phase of national health insurance, a special hospital in New Providence, and the completion of the new hospital in Grand Bahama. Initiatives will also address mental health and wellness, catastrophic healthcare coverage, and increase investment in healthcare training. Economic security, Madam President, will be promoted through growth, diversification, and measures to combat the high cost of living. Legislation to support these goals includes the National Development Plan Bill, economic zone legislation, intellectual property legislation, and regulations on cannabis and hemp. Efforts to strengthen the financial services industry will be advanced through the Securities Industry Bill and the Digital Assets Registration Exchange Bill. National security is another top priority, and we will introduce legislation to strengthen our borders, manage migration, and combat crime. This includes the National Security Council Bill, National Intelligence Bill, and the Conditional Release of Offenders Bill, and anti-gang legislation amendments to the Firearms Act, and a new court services bill would contribute national security. This government is committing to improving the lives of Bahamians, and we will work tirelessly to ensure the successful implementation of these initiatives. Madam President, as we embark on this transformative journey, let us be united in our dedication to building a stronger, more prosperous, and reliant Bahamas for all. The future of our nation lies in our hands and shared purposes, unwavering commitment, and collaborative effort, and we shall pave a brighter, more prosperous future that benefits every Bahamian, Madam President. And with that, I support the resolution of this bill.
Thank you, Senator Honorable Ronald Duncombe, for your contribution. As many? The chair recognizes Senator Honorable Randy Roll.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise, Madam President, to contribute to the Governor General's speech from the throne. I wish to take this opportunity first to thank the Governor General, Mother Pratt, for her elevation to the high office. I am very encouraged that she will do well. Certainly her story is one from humble beginnings, and it shows an entire generation that through hard work and dedication and never giving up, all things are possible. Also, right before I get started, Madam President, I got some disturbing news this morning and of the passing of Ambassador Alma Adams. Certainly, it was a major blow. I had the opportunity to serve with Ambassador Adams whilst I was a Consul General. She served as Ambassador to Cuba. She was one who also served as Consul General in Miami, and along with herself and the late Ed Bethel, they were two very encouraging persons to myself. As a young diplomat, they taught me the ropes. They were good, they believed in their country, they loved their country. And they did everything possible to show their love for country, not only at home, but abroad. And so to their families, may their souls rest in peace. Again, I also want to pay my condolences to the family of Dr. Perry Gomez, former Minister of Health. He is one that I had the opportunity to work with under the last PLP administration from 2012. I helped to coordinate his campaign. I was able to walk with him in Andros in the Berry Islands. He was from Berry Islands. And I remember when he first got into politics, everyone was like, we don't know if this guy knows anything about politics. Certainly, he was one that loved people. He was known throughout the world. He was respected throughout the world. I remember for his work in HIV and AIDS. During my time working with him, I remember when I first went to his office and he said, Roll, I need you to go by my old office, which was in Victoria Gardens. It was the AIDS ward. And he said, to pick up a document for me. And so I jumped in the car and I started to head there. And once I got to the yard, I was like, hold on. What if someone see me go in this building? Again, the lack of knowledge certainly was one that, the stigma of it, he did a lot for this country and for him to understand that, hey, it's more to life. And so for his contribution, certainly I want to pay my respects to his family, Camille, and Obi, and his wife, Carmen. Again, I'm here for him, and may his soul rest in peace as well. Madam President, my government will establish in law a downtown management authority. I am thankful to our good Attorney General, who has worked closely with me on such a bill. It is something that's badly needed. It's something that's long overdue. I remember when Deputy Prime Minister, Madam President, he first announced, he said, listen, Roll, I'm going to allow you to head this downtown revitalization unit. I said to myself and a good friend, boy, this fella just ended my political career. Like, he cannot like me, because for so long, for so many decades, many have tried, but it's never come to fruition. And so it's a very, very difficult task, but certainly one that we believe in. I'm confident now, even than before, that, hey, it's possible. And I took the approach, I remember telling a good friend of mine, I said, listen, this is something that my boss just gave me a task, and I don't know how it's going to work. And so she said to me, she said, listen, the same way you eat an elephant, you approach this project. I remember, listen, this is not time to be funny. But then, when we spoke further, she said, listen, one bite at a time. And so this is the approach that we have taken to such a bill. And I'm going to talk a little bit about it as well. But I'm going to be very brief. And so I just wanted to share those words before. The Senate recognizes the significance of the revitalization of Nassau's downtown area and fostering an orange economy. We envision a vibrant destination where traditions meet transformation and natural beauty of our islands align with our culture and economy. The Downtown Revitalization Development Project is structured around 8 key areas. These include, 1, the upkeep of common green spaces, and with that, we have implemented regular maintenance and landscaping to enhance the attractiveness of common greens areas. These include not only Roston Square, Madam President, but Pompey Square as well. the addition of garbage and seating, installation of additional garbage receptacles and seating to promote cleanness and responsible waste disposal. Madam President, we've tried to implement several key initiatives that will help our stakeholders to put out garbage at particular times, with the new records we're having in tourism that I will also touch on briefly. We want to make sure that we have a systematic approach in the way that we keep garbage off the streets. Certainly, you know, the other evening I came downtown, it was about 8 o'clock, and there was a pile of garbage sitting outside a store. And so what it told us, Madam President, is that people aren't just waiting for the trucks to come along, they're leaving it there. We had a situation where some stray animals was coming downtown, digging into these garbage, and so once you pass, it created an issue, and I saw, and these are some of the things that we want to look at to make sure that we fix as best as possible. And so the key is working together with our stakeholders, making sure they understand the importance of keeping Bay Street clean, the surrounding areas. And I think together we're getting a lot better. And so that's one of the initiatives that we have implemented as well. Madam President, things are good and getting better every day. The creation of segways. This is something that another task that we want to do in our department, the implementation of eco-friendly segways as an alternative mode of transportation. This way, you know, guests complain all the time that they come to Bay Street and there's not a lot to do. What we want to do is we want to be able to, we want to see guests coming off the cruise port, looking downtown, checking some of the areas out, going to the 66 Steps, going to Fort Charlotte, and checking out some historical sites. And so we believe that a part of helping this to happen is to look at new things that and creating small businesses for entrepreneurs that will allow them to get around downtown on a timely basis and see a lot that's going on. And so we think that eco-friendly segways is something that we want to see implemented in the very near future. And we've been talking with some of our stakeholders, and we believe that that's something that you will see in the areas in short order. I'm going to get to that, AG, because again, Charlotte Street and of course Market Slope is something extremely important to us. We believe that it's time now that we pedestrianize some areas and to help the traffic flow within the town area. And so yes, that's on our agenda. It's something that again has never been done, but under this Davis administration, you will see it happen. So we are excited about stuff such as that as well. Beautification of general areas. Beautification of general areas, incorporating art districts, element of aesthetics. Madam President, one of the things that we are looking to have done in the downtown area, we've met with some artisans already, and east of East Street. Within the next couple of weeks, you're going to now start to see murals on walls as you drive down Bay Street. Yeah, we've started the phase of the demolition project, and I'm happy to see my brothers in Ministry of Works now doing the same thing. You know, when we first started this project, everyone's like, well, what about the shanty towns, and what about this, and what about that? Well, the Davis administration not only listens, but we act. And this is a part of the overall goal of, again, what we said we will do as a government and improving the lives of all Bahamians and improving the areas and things that you see around the country. The revitalization and restructuring of Junkanoo Beach, the transformation of Junkanoo Beach, Madam President, into a well-maintained public space. Now, I've come under lots of pressure from this because a lot of people want to come and say, listen, we want to go and Junkanoo Beach, we want to have stalls out there. We want to, and what we don't want to do, Madam President, is we don't want to create what we've done with fish fry. We want to make sure that it's something that looks good, it's something that's well structured, it's something that has proper running water, proper lighting. It's someplace that Bahamians can go and take their families. And so, you know, despite the pressure, Madam President, we've stuck to our guns as we're going to work along with the Ministry of Works and other partners, water and sewage, and make sure that we create an environment where all can come, all can and participate and be a part of this. And so we hope to have this done before the end of the year. Certainly we had a delay because of the school openings. The engineers from Ministry of Works had to divert for a while, but this is something that we are committed to in tourism. This is something that the Deputy Prime Minister is committed to seeing happen, and this is something that Davis administration is also going to make sure happen during this term, Madam President. Madam President, another initiative that we're looking at and working on is, yes, man, definitely, we got to keep it going, the relocation of public transportation and pickup and drop off. Madam President, I spoke about it in this place before, and as you drive down East Bay Street, right in front of government publications, you notice you got to stop in traffic because the buses have the area blocked off. Madam President, it's time now to look at ways to improve that. And so we have put together an extensive plan along with the Ministry of Works. We can tell you that they said it's going to take some time, but by hopefully before the first quarter ends of next year, Madam President, we look to have this bus stop relocated. And so we're working out the logistics of that. It's something that road traffic has been on board with. It's something that Ministry of Works is on board with. And I can tell the Bahamian people who especially catch bus on that part of Bay Street that, listen, this is something that is important to us. This is something that we believe we see the benefit in it, and something that you should see happen in short order. So that is, again, something exciting, and all of it is a part of improving these infrastructures so that once this downtown bill comes into play, Madam President, you will, it will make it easy and flow forward. I'm mindful of the time, so I'm going to speed it up a minute, so, you know, no worries. Again, talking about the demolition of derelict vehicles. Madam President, this is something that we've gotten great support on from all sides of the political divide. PLPs, FMs, COIs, DNAs, you name it. They have been impressed with the work that we've been able to do. And Madam President, again, I said it before, but I want to say it again for the record, the demolitions of downtown Nassau has caused the people of the Bahamas nothing, all right? This is something that we've done in partnership with the stakeholders. They've seen the vision, they understand the vision. And so the first phase of it has taken place. We've demolished about 6 buildings so far. Now we're moving into the second phase of that exercise, where we're going to look at beautifying these spaces. And it's two phases. One being the development and then the maintenance of these spaces. We've written letters to the owners of these properties. The government does not own the properties. And again, they are in agreement in being able. Say again? Again, that's a part of the conversation. And No, man. That's a part of the conversation. But this is something that, you know, they want to be able to work with us. They want to understand the importance of Bay Street. They want to understand the importance of keeping Bay Street clean. Again, this is something that's super important to us. The development, the redevelopment of the city center. And this is something that we're going to see through to its completion. Madam President, I just came from Bimini the other day, and one of the persons said to me, said, listen, you're from Bimini, why did you put your hat in the ring to be a candidate for us? And I said, you know, even though I'm honored at such a thing, Madam President, I'm working on such a task right now that's very important. And I intend to see it through to completion. And so this is something that is very, very important to us. Okay? It's focused attention. And so, you know, it's focused attention, and we're going to focus on creating good for all Bahamians. The proposed redevelopment initiatives are anticipated to yield the following benefits and outcomes for downtown Nassau, Madam President. Enhanced visitor experience with improved infrastructure, cleanness, and safety measures. Increase compliance among store and building owners, resulting in visually appealing and well-maintained environment. Reduce congestion and improve traffic flow through the relocation of the public transportation, pickup and drop-off location. Positive economic impact through increased tourism, longer visitor stays, and improved business opportunities. 3, strengthened community pride and active engagement due to the revitalized, organized downtown community. Improve safety through the removal of unsafe structures, reducing potential hazards. Madam President, another implementation for us was the valet parking. I don't know if, you know, Senator Ellis or one of them would have an opportunity to use that yet, but you have, you know, I encourage you to as well. So the introduction of valet parking services in our city center that has addressed the limited parking spaces and enhanced the overall convenience and accessibilities for residents and visitors. Madam President, some of the store owners have called us and said, listen, this is something that has helped their businesses for so many years. Many businesses in the downtown area has died because there's been no place to park. And so people have been going to the mall, and businesses and store owners have been complaining, and again, residents, the employees now can rest assured that, listen, we can have jobs because there is business coming back to the downtown area. And so it's something that we done to, that has been done to help all Bahamians. And so, you know, we're happy with that so far. Madam President, today I also, before I take my seat, again looking at the time, want to talk about briefly the numbers that we've been experiencing in tourist arrivals. I thank Team Tourism, the Director General, Ms. Lethea Duncombe, the Minister of Tourism, the entire staff of the ministry, for, again, the record-breaking numbers of tourist arrivals today. Madam President, this is something that, again, we spoke about our brother, Obi Wilchcombe. He started from 2002. So I heard someone say, oh, this started under the F&M. Madam President, this is something that Obi has been working on from then, and to see it finally come to fruition is something that's good. For every day until the new year, you will have a record of tourist arrivals to our shores. It means that we have to continue to improve our space, improve our surroundings, improve opportunities for young Bahamians, young entrepreneurs. Madam President, I can tell you that someone said, oh, tourists only spend a little bit of dollars when they come. But with the volume, Madam President, I can tell you that, again, not calling any names, but one vendor downtown can take home almost as much as anybody in public life, because things are extremely, extremely great. And again, it's right through. I mean, from Cable Beach all the way out east, PI as well, taxi drivers, 8 million, I think we may even exceed that. Taxi drivers are happy, Madam President. Hair braiders are happy, Madam President. Everyone is happy because this Davis administration is working for you. And so things are good, Madam President, but getting better. And so with those few words, I thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Certainly, this is a bill that I support. And I rest. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Randy Rowe. As many?
Madam President, I move that the business of the Senate do now suspend until 3 p.m. this afternoon.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate is suspended until 3 p.m. this afternoon. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The business of the Senate is suspended until 3 p.m. this afternoon.